here tonight. How about some audio for those of you watching online? Our apologies. There have been some internet issues here, but we got those straightened out. And in the midst of all of that, Tyler, I forgot to press the mute button on the video stream. But here we are. There you are, those of you watching, and it's okay. So you would have caught about half of the Coach Ming's interview, and my man, it is what it is. But Here we are. It's going to end up being a great night for football. Should cool down a little bit here. Heat hopefully will not be a factor as the sun goes down. But warm night in St. Clair County and Madison counties. And for the Mount Vernon Rams, of course, we've talked a lot about three players. But one thing we have to look at moving forward, of course, is the schedule looming ahead. And next week, that long road trip to Akron, Ohio for Archbishop Hoban, a game we will not be able to have video for, but we will have radio coverage from Akron. But for this Ram team, trying to get that first road dub here tonight and hopefully get a little momentum heading into a long road trip.
No, absolutely. Long road trip next week. You want to come in there with some momentum. And so, I mean, that team in Ohio, obviously pretty, from what we've seen and what I've heard just through people talking, they're pretty good. So you want some momentum coming through here through this week, going into next week, and then you come back closer to home, not at home, but closer to home, and then you just keep on rolling, keep the season rolling, and I think this Mount Vernon Rams team will get a lot better from week 1 to week 9, and I think we're definitely going to see that, and momentum's going to keep eventually get going for this team, I believe.
There we go. Last week we got burned, and we didn't take our pregame breaks in time before kickoff. Not going to make that mistake 2 weeks in a row. We'll take our final break of this Landers Towing and Collision Center's pregame show. Come back, have your Hall Insurance Group starting lineups, and then have kickoff from Collinsville. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
When you are injured or in pain, the last thing you want to do is wait in the ER. For those times, you don't necessarily need the emergency room. Come to Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois, Ortho Express, open Monday through Friday from 8 until 4 at 4121 Veterans Memorial Drive in Mount Vernon. Get highly trained physician assistants and nurse practitioners providing the care you need quickly and with savings of up to 80% compared to the ER. Call the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois at 618-242-3778 or visit them online at orthocenter-si.com.
Adventure awaits with the 2024 Toyota RAV4. Hi, this is Tony Reeves at Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon. We've got 5 in stock and more on the way, whether you're looking for a gas model or a fuel-efficient hybrid. Right now, get 4.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on gas models or 5.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on hybrids. Visit Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon today to lock in your special APR, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Stop searching for your own insurance. You have too much on your plate. Just one call to Hall Insurance, and they'll find the best coverage for your needs. Whether it's home, auto, renters, boat, motorcycle, your business, whatever you need coverage on, they'll do the work for you. Then call you back with a quote, most times in the same day. Call 618-244-7500 or visit hallinsgroup.com. Hall Insurance Group, your independent insurance agency in Mount Vernon. hallinsgroup.com.
This is Mount Vernon Rams football, powered by People's National Bank.
Well, it's Mount Vernon Rams football indeed. This is not the only game going on amongst South 7 Conference teams tonight. The Cahokia Comanches welcome the Carbondale Terriers in the only true conference game of the night. The Comanches now 2-1, Carbondale 1-2. Centralia is hosting Granite City tonight. Granite City, of course, is winless. Centralia the favorite there. And then, of course, the Rams and Kahoks here at Collinsville. Collinsville's 2-1. Their only loss was week 1, of course, to, I believe, it was the Lancers of Belleville East, 30-15. They edged the Orphans 21-19 and then had a pretty, not going to say an easy way with the Carbondale Terriers last week, but had a nice win 27-8 over Carbondale. Whereas the Rams have struggled with Waterloo, got a nice win over the Terriers, and then last week, an upsetting loss, a come-from-behind win for the Marion Wildcats back at home. And so for this Ram team, again, trying to shake that off. And we've talked about this Ram team. I don't think a lot of people understood last week. To me, that was a Ram team late that seemed to suffer a little bit from fatigue. You're talking about a lot of guys that are fast and giving it all going both ways and a little short-handed on a couple sides. So all in all, winnable game last week against Marion, who, in my opinion, the best team the Rams have seen so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the running back, I can't remember his name right now, but he's big, he's physical, and he only plays one way, and so going 4 quarters, facing that guy, playing very, very physical, running downhill, that's a tough way to win a ball game, but Mount Vernon Rams almost did it, and hopefully they can get one here tonight.
Well, we'll certainly see. Of course, our starting lineup tonight will be presented by Hall Insurance Group. Let Hall Insurance do the shopping for you. Log on to HallInsGroup.com. That's HallInsGroup.com, as I believe Collinsville will have the football first. Allegedly, Rams will kick off if I saw the coin toss correctly. All just me trying to delay getting to the lineups on my phone. First for the Collinsville Kahoks offensively, they'll start at quarterback, number 1, Chase Reynolds. Number 24, Talon Neighbors, will be a running back. Number 0, Amari Rogers-Parrott, will be the starting wide receiver. Also starting at wide out will be number 15, Matt Reynolds, and number 85, Loyal Patterson. Tight end tonight that's going to Northern Illinois is number 9, Devin Habermel. Your offensive line at left tackle, number 52, Quincy Johnson. Number 75 at left guard is Ellis Kircher. Number 78 gets the start at center, Caden Hearn, while the right guard will be number 51, Zach Howe. And the right tackle will be number 59, Jack Shepard. That is a look at your K-Hawk defense tonight. And usually we're hesitant to get the starters from Coach Minks. Tonight he was a man on a mission. So we just said the same guys, and he just said, yep, the same guys. So number 2, Jade Morales at outside linebacker. Marlon Price getting a start. Number 4, he's at safety. Zay Nesbitt wears number 5, also a starting safety tonight. JP, Jamarian Peterson, wears number 6 at corner. Jay Sean Staples, another outside linebacker, wearing number 7. Noah Ellis will be a corner, wearing number 26. Amiri Rose, not 100% sure if he is actually getting a start tonight or back in the lineup, but usually starts at inside linebacker. Your D-ends are number 55, Ty Harrison, and number 56, Makai Malone. Davion Boyd is a nose guard wearing number 65, another inside linebacker, number 66, Christian Taylor. So that'll be, if everything goes according to plan on the kickoff, your starters tonight for the Rams and Collinsville K-Hawks. So starting lineups presented by Hall Insurance Group. Log on to HallInsGroup.com. That's HallInsGroup.com. Let them do the shopping for you and find out about all of their services that they offer. Warm night here in the press box. The AC is blowing on us, which feels pretty good, but it's still a warm September evening here on this Friday night, September the 20th. About to get underway from Collinsville. You're listening to WMIX Mount Vernon, W243AV FM Mount Vernon. Free services from Withers Broadcasting. About to get underway. Thank you to People's National Bank. Thanks to Paul Shields of Allstate Insurance for the video stream. As well as we're live from the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois broadcast booth. 12 minutes will go on the clock, and we will get underway here in Collinsville. Of course, the second year of a 2-year trial where Collinsville and Granite City would play the South 7 schools. Maybe that'll be a conference game someday. There's the kickoff. It'll go toward the end zone. There's a foot in the end zone. That's a touchback. That is a touchback. Not much Loyal Patterson could do there except stay loyal to the touchback, and it'll be 1st and 10 from the 20.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that quite a few times already this season from Truman, Carnine. So touchback, and they get the ball at the 20, 25, something like that. I don't know.
Receiving a touchback for Collinsville, number 85, Loyal Patterson.
So there we go. Patterson draws the touchback, just that back foot into the end zone. It'll be 1st and 10 now on the 20. First drive of the game for the K-Hawks, all dressed in their home purple, white trim, white numerics, and lettering. Split to the left side will be Loyal Patterson. Off to the right will be number 0, Amari Rogers-Parrott. And now here's Chase Reynolds rolling to the right side out of the gun. He is looking downfield and going to be chased down. Let's see if he can get a throw off. He does to the left side at about the 25, not at the 30. Out of bounds at about the 42-yard line on the grab by Patterson. So Patterson took it for about 19 yards, maybe 20. But there is a flag on the play, and we'll see what this flag gives us. With 11:47 left in the first, just underway, new game, scoreless, and it is going to be on the K-Hawks.
I think it's an eligible player downfield.
Look that way. I'm glad you said that because I was trying to, it's like, okay, I know what this is. I know what this is. And then as soon as you said, it's like, yep, that's it. So that'll push him back 5. It'll be 1st and 15 from the 15.
It's all is null and void. We're just...
We play first down.
Out of the gun, single back here for the K-Hawks with a man in motion from left to right. And it's just going to be a handoff right up the middle and a run to about the 22, maybe the 23 if he's fortunate. For back, I believe, Neighbors. Talon Neighbors, number 24. It wasn't on my scouting report. It wasn't even really up in the stats that I saw. So that's why I was a little surprised at him getting the start. So about 7 yards on the carry. It'll make it 2nd and 8 now for the Kahoks on the second play from scrimmage. First penalty-free play, about 11-17 left in the first. They'll go same set, 2 right, 1 left, and then a handoff. Little off-tackle run here. Nope, going to be, that was a flea flicker, but it'll be a dump down off the left side for the quarterback. Pass incomplete, 3rd down.
Yeah,
they didn't flea flicker that, did they?
No,
I bought it. I bought it. The
You
defense
bought it.
bought it.
No, it was just a rollout to the left, I think. Play action, that might have got you.
Did a little bit. That was even the play. One of the plays they ran. I saw 2 offensive plays. I told you on the way up I'd only seen 1 offensive play. I saw 2. And 1 was play action, but pretty good at it, pretty convincing. Patterson off to the left. Rogers Parrott is off to the right. And in the right slot is Matt Reynolds. Rolling to the right side after a 3-step drop, and that one's going to be completed about the 25-yard line near the near hash, or near sideline rather, complete inbounds. It'll bring up 4th down after about a 3-yard gain.
Pass complete to number 8, Adam Frazier. 3-yard gain brings it to Collinsville.
So they'll give 3 yards on that one.
Caught by Adam Frazier.
25.
Didn't have him on my scouting report either.
Nope. Of course, I didn't start scouting until about 6:20. 4th and 5 here. You would assume back to punt here for the Kahoks and give the Rams a look at the football. 10:27 left now. 4th and 5 from the 25. There's a line drive punt, and that's going to be a bouncer up there to Staples. He's able to make something happen at about the 40. Between the hashes now 42. That's where forward progress will get him 42-yard line, but better than what it could have been, and decent field position to start here for the Rams.
No, absolutely. I think it's a smart play by Staples there just to grab it. It was kind of bouncing funny. Didn't want to hit him. Just go ahead and grab it. Take what you can get there.
Get your scores throughout the night. Presented by Tony Wiltz, your State Farm agent in Mount Vernon. Check in with scores from around the area. Right now, scoreless here in Collinsville. 10:13 left in the first. The Rams will take over the possession after the punt by the Kahoks. The Rams in their away whites. First time we've seen them this year. Thick black stripe down the sides, white pants, and, of course, black numerics and lettering trimmed in orange. Black helmets. 2 left out of the gun for our Josh Finley, Kinder Financial Ram of the Week, Malachi Mays. Looking for that Staples handoff. Yep, he'll go up to the right side. Looking to follow his offensive line as he gets past midfield down to the 45. It'll be a first down for the Rams. They'll spot it at the 44-yard line as that's going to be a gain of 15 for Jay Sean.
Yeah, just starting off good. Get on that edge there, setting that edge, and taking off, kind of moving in and out, breaking some tackles. That's just how Staples runs at the beginning of these games for sure. Kind of setting the tone here early.
Chains move. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Rams. The Kahawk 44-yard line. Right hash at your spot. Out of the gun for Mays. Again, we told you he's our Josh Finley, Kinder Financial Ram of the Week. And now this will be the same play again, going to the right side. A little off-tackle run now by Staples inside the 40. Looks like maybe out of bounds, flirting with that far sideline at about the 39-yard line, which would be a gain of 5.
6-yard gain.
Yeah, I mean, Ming said they're going to blitz slot, so you saw people stacking the line so far. So see if that continues. Maybe run the opposite way of the blitz.
9:30 left, first quarter. No score yet. Rams will have 2nd and 4 after what was a 6-yard gain for Jay Sean Staples. Still on the far hash. Rams will send David Barnes to the left side. Looks like tight on the right. Out of the gun for the quarterback, Mays. And Marlon Price will be in motion. Sweeping now. Ooh, nice cut up the gap there and gets a first down as he was tripped up at about the 35, but he gets to the 34, and that should be just enough for a first down. Looks like they go ahead and give it to him, so another Ram first down tonight.
Yeah, it's a good sweep by Marlon Price to get there. It looks like a guy just grabbed his ankle with kind of a shoestring tackle to get him down. Looked like he was going to break one maybe a little bit, but shoestring tackle stopped him right at the first down marker.
People's National Bank offers competitive rates and flexible solutions for all of your banking needs. Discover how they can help at peoplesnationalbank.com. 8:53 left, first quarter, no score. Rams and Kahoks. Rams looking to threaten with the ball on the Collinsville 34. Ball's between the hashes as we're looking to get a sub into the game. Jack Kessler, who knows what will happen now. Kid makes coffee nervous, I'm sure.
Looks like we got a sideline warning for us already.
I didn't see that. I was looking to see who the sub was going to be into the game. As Barnes left, Price right. Looks like that is Jefferson in the backfield along with Mays. The quarterback out of the gun. Looks for the handoff right side. Isaiah will get the carry. Might have gotten 2 on the play, if that, maybe 1.5 yards with 8:25 left in the quarter. It'll be second down for the Rams.
They're saying no gain.
Oh, boo.
It's a odd spot, but, I mean, there's a pile there, and it's on the opposite side from where we're at, so.
Streaming made possible by Paul Shields, your Allstate insurance agent in Mount Vernon. Visit Paul at 2100 Broadway in the King City or get a free quote today. Saw Paul around the community on Tuesday night. 2nd and 10 for the Rams after the no gain. Ball on the 34, out of the gun with single back. It'll be, nope. Nice slant play there to Dave Barnes. Inside the 25, down inside the 20 now, working toward the 15. Looks like pulled down at about the 16. That could have just been an 18-yard slant pass to David Barnes.
Yeah, I love getting him involved early. He's just an athlete, and just getting him involved early and seeing if he can just get the ball to him and see what he can do is what I'm trying to say, I guess. Jeez.
The Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois offers on-site MRIs to all patients, including outside referrals. 7:37 left here. We're in the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth. Ball's on the Collinsville 16. Looking for that Walgreens Distribution Center first score. Out of the gun for Mays. Jefferson the back, 2 left, tight right. And this is just going to be a simple carry. Going right, trying to stretch, and getting inside, I think, the 15. Maybe to about the 14. Looks like a gain of 2 to 3. It'll bring up second down here with 7:12 left in the quarter. I love the digital down markers.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. I didn't know if it was too early to say that or not.
No,
so
no.
I love
too early.
I love the digital one. Lit up, especially when it gets too dark out there. You can't barely see it. The old one, I guess I should say.
Should be 2nd and 8, ball on the 14-yard line. Far hash will be the spot. Split all the way left will be Dave Barnes. Out of the gun now for Mays. Jefferson the back. Looks, out of the flat to MP4. He should split. Doesn't split the defender, but gets inside the 10. We'll have a late flag at about the 9. Let's see what this flag is going to be. I have an eerie suspicion it could be on the Rams. As of now, it's about a 5-6 yard pass.
Is that a hold on Dave Barnes?
Yep, it'll be a hold on the Rams. It's coming back. That'll negate a great catch, but another trip up that saves a touchdown for Marlon Price.
Yeah. Yeah, I only saw the end of the play where the guy was on the ground, so I couldn't really see what happened before that. I'm sure it was a hold or something like that.
6:38 left here in the first quarter. 2nd and 8 now for the Rams. The ball, as it comes back, actually it'll be 2nd and longer. My apologies. I'm quicker than the scoreboard. 2nd and 13. Near hash your spot, out of the gun for Mays. Rolling to right, and he'll keep it himself and tackled for a short loss. Looks like a loss of a yard on the ground for Malachi. And that'll make it 3rd and 14 for the Rams.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think they do there? They think they're passing it? Or you think you're just running it and then let Truman get out there and do what he does?
See what they may not need him. With the speed that they have, looks like it's going to be Jaden Morales coming in. Maybe a change of pace here. We'll see. Of course, Huey Funeral Home, one of our great sponsors. Each person's journey unique and special. When you lose a loved one, Huey Funeral Home will help you tell their special story with love. HueyFH.com. A little bit of movement here for the Rams. 5:49 left in the quarter.
That's offside.
Look that way. With 5:47 remaining here in the opening quarter, there is no score yet.
I was hearing the Collinsville coach talking, and he was talking about undisciplined penalties, just kind of like we talk about with Mount Vernon Rams. It seems like he was talking about that, Collinsville, it being a struggle for them too, and we're kind of seeing that early on.
5:35 remaining here in the opening quarter. No score yet, but the Rams threatening from the 16. Back to the original line of scrimmage, 3rd and 10 here. Rolling to the right side, Malley looking. He's going to dump one off to the sideline, just shy of the first down marker. About a couple yards shy of the line to gain, I believe, to Barnes, who was split right. So that's going to be about 9.
Coming out slinging a little bit.
Yeah.
7 on the play.
So 2 grabs for 27 yards now for Dave Barnes, and it's going to be 4th and short here for the Rams as we'll drop below the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, we're going for it. About 4th and 2.
What we got? We got a timeout? Sideline warning.
Must be a point of emphasis for this week.
We drop below the 5-minute mark now. It's 4th and 2 from the 8-yard line for the Rams. Dancing close with a touchdown. Close enough to go for it here if you're Dan Mings and the Rams. There's 4:50 left. Taking their time. 4 on the play. No, that's 4th down, Hugo. 8 on the play clock. Still love the digital down marker. Barnes split to the left side now for the Ram quarterback, Mays. They almost got him to jump
He did it again, yeah.
And boy, if they did, that's going to be a first down.
Give him a little taste of everybody. Give him a little taste of what we go through.
Join Casaraya before or after the game for great food, great atmosphere, great drinks, and exceptional service. Sounds amazing.
It does sound amazing.
Get some chicken on the beach with those tortillas. You can dip in the queso.
Get that Coach Law special on Fridays.
4:23 remains here. It'll be 1st and goal now for the 4 after the offside penalty. Let's see what the Rams do here with Mays out of the gun. Jefferson is back 2 to the right. It's Price in the slot. Split right is Barnes. Going to stretch left and just cutting up the gap and getting inside the end zone for a 4-yard touchdown is Isaiah Jefferson. So he'll get in on the scoring today and get the Rams on the board first. An SI Talon Carpet Supply touchdown as the Rams strike 6-0.
Yeah, I mean, that's just simple, sweet play out to the left. Gets that hole, cuts that field, and gets that 4-yard touchdown.
Four-star kicker Truman Carnine on for the PAT to try to make it 7-0. Kick is up and good. 7-zip Rams as they get on the board first with the Walgreens Distribution Center first score. Walgreens Distribution Center's new build-your-own schedule is great for anyone that would like to come out of retirement looking to supplement their income. Also great for moms or dads with busy schedules. Walgreens is an equal opportunity employer. So 4:08 left in the first quarter. And good start for the Mount Vernon Rams, Tyler. Very efficient.
Absolutely, very efficient. I love the idea of getting outside to Barnes or Price or that bubble screen was called back, but I love that bubble screen to Price. Love the slant to Barnes. Get them involved early and often. Get that ball in their hands. I mean, Dave Barnes, one of the most athletic players, I think, on the field. Same thing with Price. Just get those ball in the skill player's hand and do what they do.
7-0 Ram lead underway here in Collinsville. 4:08 remains here in the first quarter. Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside. As the Rams will kick off for the first time tonight, and Collinsville get another look at a football. Oh, boy. If you have more questions about your insurance and financial goals, Country Financial Agent Josh Finley will take the time to get to know you and your needs. Find him at 814 Harrison in Mount Vernon, our Ram of the Week sponsor. Congratulations, Malachi Mays. If you haven't seen that, you can find it on our social media. Read about his week last week. Wins the award. As this kickoff is going to bounce. Ooh, and that is going to just hop outside the pylon and out of bounds. Would have been a touchback, but now it'll be a legal procedure penalty and should be at the 35.
That's happened twice to him this year. Looks like it's rolling in the end zone. It goes right out of bounds.
Last week we kept telling you, hey, this 40, I didn't know that. It's not. It was because it should be at the 35. So.
Was it at the 40?
Yeah, it was. Last week.
It's under protest now.
Well, it's all good.
No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Oh, man, I can't stop thinking about Casaraya now.
They still open when we get back?
If only. DoorDash them a time or two. 4:08 remains here in the opening quarter. 7-0 Rams, but it's Collinsville football. 2 to the left, 1 to the right out of the gun here for the quarterback. Headed to Southern Illinois, Chase Reynolds. And now we'll have a man in motion, and this is going to be a quarterback keeper for Reynolds, and he almost got past. Oh, did get past the tackler at the 40, down to about the 42-yard line, which would be a gain of 7. Not bad.
Yeah, he's tough running. I mean, that's just what you got to do.
So I'll make it 2nd and 2 on what was an 8-yard gain. 3:44 left here in the first. 7-0 Rams on top. Quick handoff this time to Neighbors the back. as he'll get first down and then some. Shy of the 50 at about the 49, gain of 6 on the ground for Talon Neighbors. I'll call him Malik Neighbors. He is not playing for the New York Giants.
He is not. Malik Neighbors. Man, good player.
Amen. Well, if you've been injured on the job, call Hannigan and McGovern at 618-241-9251. Experience you can count on, a reputation you can trust. Rams going to try to trust this defense here. 1st and 10, ball on the Kahawk 49, near hash spot. Split left and right. Actually, one in the left slot, too. Single back as Neighbors here for the quarterback. Reynolds keeps it himself, runs past midfield. Down inside the 48-47 between the hashes. Could be a gain of about 4 on the ground.
Yeah, he's just shifty. Going in and out of tackles. Very elusive, especially, going in the inside like that where there's a bunch of bodies, shaking tackles, you don't want to get him on the outside, I don't think.
Amen to that.
Good Mount Vernon crowd here on the other side here.
Way better than what it looked like at first.
Yes.
I counted about 20 people when I first counted, but that was about 6:15. 2:38 left. We're in the first quarter, 2nd and 5 here for the Kahawks, all purple clad. Single back and out of the gun now, Chase Reynolds. 2 left, 1 right. Rams trying to stack, and this will be a handoff to Neighbors. Runs that gap and just gets inside off of the edge, looked like. Inside the 40 down to maybe about the 38. Gain of 8 on the ground. Another first down. So now they're starting to move the football.
Yeah.
Make the switch to People's National Bank for reliable, customer-focused banking. Explore their services and find out how they can support your financial journey at peoplesnationalbank.com. 2:10 left, first quarter. 7-0 is your Ram lead. Trying to stop the Kahawks here. Just got another set of downs on this second drive of the game, or second series. 2 minutes to play in the first. Still 7-0 Mount Vernon. And with a man in motion, this is going to be, it looked like maybe a shovel pass to Amari Rogers-Parrott, if I'm seeing the right guy. Getting to about the 34. Nope, that was Frazier. That was an 8, not a 0. Oh, I was right the first time. 6 yards for Amari Rogers-Parrott. And now looking to pass. 2-step drop turns into a roll to the left. On 2nd and 5, looking downfield, dumps one off on the far sideline, incomplete. It'll stop the clock with 1:25. And it'll bring up 3rd and 5. Or 2nd and 5.
The thing is, with him out of the pocket, you're always worried about him taking off and running.
Yes.
Just the way he is, man. You got to make sure if he rolls out, make sure you contain him, make him throw that pass, whether it be thrown away or throwing it inbounds. You got to make him throw it instead of being elusive on the outside.
So now the Kahawks looking to even it up with their own Southern Illinois Talent Carpet Supply touchdown with 1:25 remaining here. It is 3rd and 5. Ball on the 34, and we're going to have a flag.
Offsides.
Rams might have just helped him out. Yep. Should be 1st and 10 now for the Collinsville Kahawks. Rams will head to Akron, Ohio next week. We'll be there for you. We cannot video stream, radio only. And then I believe on the 4th they head to Planet Granite. We're back in the Metro on the 11th against the Hoke. Home against Seatown on the 18th. And then October 25th, back in the Metro for Alton. This is just going to be a simple handoff. I think that was Neighbors again. Just a run to the right. Got inside the 29, so maybe 28, 27, gain of 2.
Brought down by number 85, Jack McLaughlin.
Okay.
4 yards on the play.
I gave him 4.
2nd down.
That's a lot more generous than I am. So we have 1:04 left. First quarter, 7-0 Rams, still your score. They being Collinsville, send 2 to the left. That's Reynolds and Patterson with Rogers-Parrott to the right. Reynolds is your back. Nope, that's Richardson, your back. And on a low snap that was dropped, it's recovered by Reynolds. He gets to the 20. Fighting to the outside, inside the 10. Pushed out of bounds. Pushed out of bounds inside the 10, I think, by Jefferson. Looks like that's going to be about the 7-yard line for a gain of 17. So his longest run of the night.
Yeah, I said about the outside. He's fast. He's very fast going on the outside. Good by Mount Vernon player. Just push him out of bounds, not let him get in the end zone.
41.5 seconds remain here in the first. 1st and goal now for the Kahawks. It's on the 7-yard line on the near hash. Richardson remains in the backfield. He's going to get the carry. Just run right up the middle, and he sneaks into the end zone. 7-yard touchdown run for Rome Richardson, and that puts the Kahoks on the board 7-6 with a chance to tie with a PAT.
And that's a Kickoff touchdown.
With 37.9 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of what Marion did to us. They got down in here in this 10 yards and under, and they just went right down the middle, and it was like the sea parted open for them.
Uh-oh, what do we have here? We have a flag on what was
offsides.
A 2-point conversion attempt.
Flags on the play. Offside Rams.
It's definitely going to be a 2-point contempt now. What is it? It's half the distance?
Yeah. (7-6) currently, but Kahoks looking for the lead with 37.9 seconds remaining here in quarter number 1. We're glad to have you, WMIX, WMIXsports.com. Again, no video next week in Akron. We tried, we offered, as this will be a handoff right up the gut, and that's going to be easy for 2 for Richardson. And give the Kahoks an 8-7 lead. So they have their own streaming service, which is fine. So we'll make the 15-hour round trip and bring you the game on the radio. We had looked at some alternate options, and after consulting with Minnie, determined that the trip to Ohio was the way to go. So as we're going to await kickoff here. After the touchdown, an SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown here for the Collinsville Kahoks by Rome Richardson. A 7-yard run, then caps it off with a 2-point conversion of his own to put the Kahoks on top 8-7 if you've just joined us. No matter how you may be accessing us, we're appreciative that you are watching and or listening here tonight.
See if we get a little kickoff magic. Haven't seen one. I miss Mylan Nettles in that regard for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I just love the adrenaline that comes with you with a kickoff return.
Of course, he has a school record that can never be broken unless they change the high school rules, which is a 99-yard kickoff return. Beautiful fireworks display off in the distance.
Yeah.
So 37.9 seconds left. It's 8-7. There's kickoff, and it's just going to be just over the top to about the 31, and that's where the Ram will fall with it. That's Jade Morales.
That's a good play there, just squibbing it. I was hearing these guys here. It looks like they have a fireworks show in St. Louis.
Yeah. We're going to hope that's what it is.
I tell you what, now I can't stop thinking about kickoff returns. I mean, just think about guys that return kickoffs. Devin Hester. A little grudge match between the booth here this weekend. Bears versus Colts.
Yep. Super Bowl rematch.
Yeah. Hopefully it doesn't go the same for me.
Oh, well, I have low expectations. So a little under 37 seconds left here. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Rams. Ball is actually on the 33-yard line. And what's the play here? Or the whistle, I mean.
Looks like we got
We'll
a uniform thing about the pad being over the knee.
Speaking of Super Bowls, a malfunction. Out of the gun for Mally Mays. 2 to the left side, and it's going to be Staples getting the carry. Uh-oh, as he'll get past the backs. He's at midfield. 40, 35, far side. He's headed 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
Wow.
Jay-Sean Staples. 67 yards on the ground, and he gets it done yet again.
Wow. I mean, just coming off the line of scrimmage, just a burst of speed. And then these defenders, I don't know if they know how to tackle them because they get an angle and then it's just gone automatically.
Well,
just
right then.
Gone.
And the Rams are back on top 13-8. I don't see any flags. They're ready for the PAT. Have mercy.
Some serious speed on the field.
No kidding.
For both offenses.
He runs faster than I can talk. That is for certain. 26 and 4/10 of a second left as we await the Truman Carnine kick. to give the Rams a 14-8 lead if it's good. Can he knock it through the uprights? He should be able to with relative ease. Looks up, looks good. 14-8.
Extra point from Truman. Carnine is
Well, sir. So we're going to watch that again.
14-8.
There he goes. Just got off the edge and got past the secondary and off to the races he went.
Hey, that ref in the middle didn't do a too bad job keeping up either.
No, he did fine.
That's just good for the program. That's integrity for the game right there.
A true thoroughbred here, as we're not that far from Fairmount Park.
Announcement, the home side restrooms.
14-8, Rams back on top. Another SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown here in Collinsville. 26.4 seconds left, and all right then. Rams are back on top. Rams trying to get back to 500, currently 1-2, and I have yet to broadcast a Ram win this season. I'm beginning to think it's me.
Well, if it goes that way tonight, I'll think it's you.
Yeah. There's kickoff from Carnine, straight down the middle, headed back toward the end zone, and maintained his footing to stay out. Here comes the return to the 20-yard line, looking to get to the 25, and what a tackle there as they bring down Loyal Patterson, and I did not see the tackler.
It's 23, I believe. Good number, 23.
There we go. 14-8 your score. 20 seconds left in the first. First and 10 from their own 35 for the Kahoks, as they will be from their own, or I should say from the left hash, or right hash. It's my left. It's everybody else's right. Appreciate all of the hospitality from Collinsville High School tonight. Would not be opposed to this being a conference game. As out of the gun is Chase Reynolds. Looking to pass. Ooh, completes one to Rogers Perry. He'll come up the right side. Uh-oh, along the hash. Finally brought down at about the 40-yard line. So they'll give him to about the 39 and a half. So that'll be enough for a first down. And I didn't
15 yards.
There we go. That's what I was trying to find. 5 seconds left in the quarter, 14-8 Rams, and here comes a carry. This is going to be Neighbors off tackle to about the 45-yard line for a gain of 5. And that will take us to the end of the first quarter. After one, the Mount Vernon Rams 14, Collinsville Kahoks 8. We'll be back in a moment. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
There's only so much time in the day. That's why People's National Bank makes banking easy and convenient with PNB To Go mobile banking. PNB To Go allows you to deposit checks, pay bills, transfer money between accounts, view your statements, turn your debit card off and on, and much more, all on your smartphone. It truly is banking at your fingertips with PNB To Go mobile banking. People's National Bank, member FDIC.
I'm Michael Croshan, your Mount Vernon Edward Jones financial advisor. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement that our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why Michael Croshan of Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of the Mount Vernon Rams on WMIX. Call 618-244-5990 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Back to Mount Vernon Rams football, powered by People's National Bank.
Back here in Collinsville as we have a 2nd and 5 for the Kahoks. The ball on their own 45-yard line as we'll start the second quarter. They'll flip sides. And on the far hash the spot. Out of the gun for the quarterback Reynolds with Neighbors is back. And a little option here. So he'll run to the right side. Uh-oh, running room to the far sideline. Inside the 40, pushed out of bounds at about the 39. That's going to be about a 16-yard gain on the ground for Chase Reynolds.
Yeah, it looked like Morales had him in the backfield, just couldn't bring him down. Ended up getting a pretty good gain on that play there.
Get you a Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard in a moment. We know Sesser and Carmeyer scoreless after one. Nashville leading AJ 21-zip in the first, and we'll have more to come. 11:40 left in the second here. It's 14-8 Rams. Kahoks with the football. 1st and 10 for the 39. Carry by Neighbors will go left. Didn't find a huge gap, but enough to get inside the 35, down to the 33 for a gain of 6. Adding to that scoreboard update, Benton and DQ are scoreless after 1. Flora and El Dorado are tied at 8. That's in the second. And after 1, Salem leads East Alton Wood River 14-0. Scoreboard update presented by Tony Wiltz, your State Farm agent in Mount Vernon. Look for that white State Farm Jeep around town and see how you can get to a better state. State Farm. Ow.
East Alton Wood River.
Yes, sir. We're not far from that.
No.
Also not that close. 11 minutes left. Rolling to the right side of the gun is Reynolds. Drops one off. That's going to be caught. Nope,
No.
It dropped. Is that a football move? Or is that an incomplete pass? I'm going to whistle that one an incomplete pass.
Yeah, I think they waved it off. Kind of looked like Zay Nesbitt looked like he had a play on the ball, but it just ended up being incomplete. Do we have a flag? Oh.
Should be 3rd and 4.
Section incomplete brings up a Collinsville 3rd down.
So 3rd and 4 from the 33. 10:53 left in the second quarter. Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside WMIX Sports YouTube, Section 618 app. Out of the gun here for the Collinsville quarterback and future Saluki, Chase Reynolds. Flanked to his right by Neighbors, and that's who the ball is going to get the carry. Neighbors runs right up the middle, still on his feet inside the 25. About the 24, stopped. Forward progress will give him 9 yards on the carry. Good for another first down.
It's tough running by them so far when they run the ball. It's tough running right at the middle, putting their shoulder down, setting the tone.
Keep in mind, next week we'll be on the air at 5:30 Central. That's Eastern time, 7 o'clock start next week.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yes, sir. 5:30 Central, 6 o'clock Central kickoff. We'll lose an hour on the way there, but thank goodness we gain an hour coming back when it counts. 10:22 left. Here's going to just be a simple dump over the top. Complete to Habermel. He will get to the end zone. Nice little spin over the defender as Habermel gets the touchdown. That'll be a 24-yard completion for the score. And just like that, it's tied at 14 on another SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown.
Yeah, just a, kind of tight end screen there.
Screen me. Forgot to hit capture replay. My apologies. But he had more of a little ballet move into the end zone. And we await the PAT here. And there comes kickoff there, or the kick. It's good. Pardon me. It's 15-14 Kahoks.
Yeah.
That is the first score of the quarter, sponsored by Walgreens Distribution Center on the SI Talent Carpet Supply score.
Yeah, Mount Vernon wasn't expecting that screen. You could definitely tell.
I wasn't.
No, I was not either. I did not see it kind of come to fruition in that play, but it obviously did and worked out for Collinsville.
Hopefully saying I'll get around to it someday is not your saving for retirement strategy. Turn someday into today with Edward Jones financial advisor Michael Croshen. 1726 Broadway in Mount Vernon. Edward Jones, member SIPC. We'll have those Michael Croshen, Edward Jones halftime stats in your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show. About 10 minutes and 14 seconds of football clock remaining here. Second quarter from Collinsville. K-Hawks are back on top, 15-14. As we await kickoff, Collinsville all dressed in purple. Almost Indianapolis Colts-inspired tops with that stripe on the sleeve.
Yeah.
Double stripe. But not the same with numbers. Not a big fan of that font. Kickoff to the near side at about the 9-yard line for Isaiah Jefferson. Trying to get to the left to stretch. Gets inside, or past the 20, I should say. Not quite to the 25. We'll give him the 23 unofficially with 10:07 remaining in the second. It's a 15-14 K-Hawk lead.
Mount Vernon will have a first down, 1st and 10 from the Collinsville.
Mount Vernon get back to this run game for sure. I think that's what the prerogative is after that long run by Jay Sean Staples.
Right now it's Jefferson on the field, so his turn to showcase the wheels if he gets a carry. Mays the quarterback. They'll send Morales to the left side. And this is going to...
Hey, come back the other way.
Wow. Was that a counter, as he'll get to about the 20 after running for a massive loss? It's just a loss of 3.
I think it was bottled it up, and he just got out of the tackle and came back the other way, just trying to survive, get some positive yardage.
Whoops. That'll happen. You'll have that. Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois offers services at 5 locations: Mount Vernon, Centralia, Benton, Pinckneyville, and Nashville. We're in the OCSI broadcast booth. 15-14 Kahoks out of the gun here for Mays from the 20-yard line. Quick pass. That's a quick connect to Barnes. Ooh, stymies his defender out of the slant. Racing to the far sideline to the 40, 35, midfield. Back down the other way inside the 30. Nice cut. Gets to the 20, 25, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. 80 yards. Dave Barnes.
It's MP4.
Oh, my apologies. I got excited. Saw number 1 somewhere. Also see flashes of light out of the corner of my eye, freaking me out. My apologies to MP4.
How long was that?
Roger,
80?
don't use that one next week in the promos. Oh, goodness gracious.
80-yard touchdown.
Don't know why they've let me do this long. 80 yards, though. That's impressive for something.
That is, for sure.
There's the kick. Another SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown kick. It's good. Those
Sorry,
fireworks.
I didn't mean to correct you right away.
Oh, that's fine. I hate being wrong.
Didn't mean to correct you right away, but
I hate being wrong.
It's just an exciting touchdown. Dave Barnes. Oh, that's MP4.
That's somebody. My apologies to Marlon.
No, great play either way. Just that slant play, making some people miss and then using that speed to come around. I think he ran for an 80-yard run, he probably ran 120 yards going back and forth and, breaking tackles left and right. But, great touchdown, great play by the offense. Kind of letting Malachi sling it around a little bit more. Getting it out to MP4 and Dave Barnes and just doing the things on the perimeter, doing the things you need to do. I love to see it. You know who I also think loves to see it? Spot. Oh, Spotty loves to see the bubble screens and the slants.
And, oh, boy. Well, 9:07 left here in the first half. You're watching us courtesy of Paul Shields, your Mount Vernon All-State agent, 2100 Broadway in Mount Vernon. 9:07 left first half, 21-15. That was Marlon Price, probably the South 7's best basketball defender. Yeah. And right now, looking like a pretty good receiver in the South 7. As kickoff will go into the end zone touchback. Well,
two touchbacks for the game.
Well, we'll show this replay anyway because I don't think you can hear the audio. So there we go. Just hear me talk over it. Oh, you catch him in mid-run. There we go. Just gets into the end zone. Dang it, I did see Dave Barnes in the picture.
No, you did.
In the
he
shots.
Was close. I mean, he was blocking for him.
But he's not the guy that ran it in.
No.
My apologies to all involved.
I tell you what, Dave Barnes, hustle play of the game. He was on near us, and obviously the slant went farthest from us, and he went all the way across field and blocked for him.
So after the touchback, it'll be 1st and 10 out from the 20 with 9:07 left in the quarter. And low snap it, no problem for Chase Reynolds. He'll pick it up, stymie a defender to get to the 25-yard line. It'll be a gain of 5.
Number 1, Chase Reynolds, the keeper.
Oh, goodness gracious. Bad time for the hiccups. When you're working to achieve your financial goals, it helps to have some trusted guidance along the way. See Josh Finley, your Mount Vernon Country financial agent, to help you plan for your financial future. Is this, I believe, we saw a penalty flag on that one.
Yeah, there's a hold. I think by the tight end was holding one of the defenders. I saw it, but I didn't know if they were going to call it or not.
Gives me time to tell you that our Ram of the Week this week, sponsored by Josh Finley, is Malachi. Ram quarterback. 8:51 left here. It'll push him back quite the ways as Looks like they'll be all the way back at the 13. So 1st and 17 here for the K-Hawks. 8:40 remains in the first half. We'll have your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show at the break. We'll have scoring and stats and more. And Reynolds will hand off. Neighbors will get the carry. Coming to the near side, trying to get back to the original line of scrimmage. Looks like he does to the 20-yard line. It'll be a gain of 7. With 8:20 left, it'll bring up 2nd and 10 now for Collinsville. We're here at Kahoks Stadium on the campus of Collinsville High School. Believe it or not, the first time I've been here. Shocked me, too.
I've been here for track meets, but never a football game.
I feel like I've done baseball here, though. 8 minutes left. 21-15 K-Hawks. We're in the trailing with the football. This would just be another simple carry, about a 5-yard chunk, if that, to the 25-yard line to bring up 3rd and 5.
Yeah, it's a good tackle there by 33.
Well, since I speak my own language, for those of you confused by the score, it's Rams 21, K-Hawks 15.
Yes.
My word order kind of confuses people at times. 3rd and 6. They actually only gave him 4 on the carry. 7:27 left, second quarter, ball in the near hash. Out of the gun here for the quarterback, Reynolds, with a man in motion. And now, a little dump off to the right. Not a bad pass. Looks like that's Rogers Parrott, but he might be short of a first down at around the 30. Looked like he was stopped maybe at about the 29. That was Rogers Parrott. My apologies.
What?
So it'll be 4th and short on a gain of about 5.
It'll be 4th and 1 for Collinsville.
21-15, Rams by 6, but Collinsville threatening on 4th and short. Ball on their own 29-yard line. They have to get past the 30. With 6:39 to play out of the gun. A little bit of tight set here, and this is going to be a run for a first down. No problem by Neighbors.
That was a big hit, though.
Nice spin in the gap, and he got there.
Talon Neighbors, the ball carrier, enough for a K-Hawk. First down.
That was a nice spin move off that hit to get enough to get the first down, because he got hit pretty hard.
Yes, he did. That'll drop us to the 6:24 mark here this second quarter. All the action tonight, every night, is presented by People's National Bank, the official voice of the Mount Vernon Rams, here on WMIX, peoplesnationalbank.com. And so now another low snap. Reynolds recovers. He's chased, and that's going to be Staples getting the contact started. And then a gang tackle by the rest of the Rams at around the 30. Should just be a no gain with forward progress. It'll be 2nd and 10 maybe.
I think there's a flag. I mean,
yep,
one of the guys was trying to get out in the backfield, and the Collinsville player just absolutely tackled one of the Mount Vernon Rams defenders. Yeah, holding.
So there will be a penalty on the K-Hawks, and this will come back with 5:51 remaining in the second quarter. 21-15 is the Ram advantage here on the road thus far tonight.
They got some great skill players. I feel like everybody they get the ball to is very fast.
Takes it all the way back to the 21-yard line. Makes it 1st and 20 for the K-Hawks. As this is Richardson in the backfield with the quarterback Reynolds. 2 to the right, tight left, out of the gun. Low snap again, no problem. Picks it up, fires into the flat to the far side, and it's going to be complete. Pushed out of bounds, though. I think that's Rogers Parrott. Let's see how much he got. So Price, a great defender in football as well. Got him just shy of the original line of scrimmage, so it'll be a 10-yard completion. Clock will continue here. 2nd and 11 for Collinsville. 5:15 to play in the first half. Second quarter action from Kahoks Stadium. As they will send Patterson split left. And they are spread. Man in the slot, too, is Rogers Parrott. Out of the gun now for Reynolds. Another low snap. Fake handoff. Runs right up the middle. Good shake there. And he is going to get past him. Midfield. 40, 30, 25. Staples gives chase and forces him out of bounds inside the 10 to about the 7 or 8. That's going to be a 50-plus yard run.
Now for a Collinsville first down.
Let's see where the ball is spotted. That'll be at the 8. 60-something yards, maybe.
It'll be first and goal for the Kahoks.
Yeah. Nice run there by Reynolds. So first and goal now for the Kahoks from the 8-yard line with 4:49 to play here in this first half of action. Threatening again for another SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown. They'll tighten up here with the goal line set. With Richardson as the back. Low snap, and Richardson will get the carry, and he is swallowed up for a loss. Forward progress probably to maybe the 10 for a loss of 2.
Richardson, the running back.
Yeah, it was good penetration there by the interior offensive or defensive line to get back there and get that tackle for loss, and on the 8-yard line, getting into the 10-yard line. That's huge.
So as far as our video coverage of the rest of this football season, we have approval everywhere but Archbishop Hoban next week in Akron, Ohio. The Hoke, Alton, Planet Granite, here they all said yes. And then, of course, Centralia's at home, so not much anybody can do about that. 4 to play here in the second quarter. It'll be second and goal from the 10. Another handoff. Oh, this time Neighbors is going to be swallowed up. I think.
It's number 33. It's not Jameer Smith-Henson, but.
Actually don't have a 33 on my roster.
Second by Amari Rose. Collinsville, third down.
Oh, that's right. I'm working off the original one. Rose is 33, not 44. I'm working off the. I don't know. That's not right either.
That's not right. He is 40. Amari Rose is 44. 33, I don't know who it is.
That's what I heard on the PA, so I have no idea. But that's going to be a tackle for a loss. And it's minus 1 yard for Neighbors. Third and goal from the 11-yard line as the Rams are trying to bend but not break. 3:20 left in the first quarter. We'll find out who that is momentarily. And a quick timeout for the Kahoks. They're going to talk it over. Third and goal from the 11 as this timeout is presented by SSM Health, Good Samaritan Hospital in Mount Vernon. And I can see why the Kahoks would take a timeout as they're not used to being stopped like this.
No, for sure. With those dynamic players, they're not used to getting stopped that often. So I could imagine, their willingness to take a timeout, get you guys a break, and drop a play here for third down. Number 33 is freshman Xavier Thomas.
There we go.
That's from City Councilman Dante Moore.
Nice. Stamped with the gold seal of approval for quality. Choose SSM Health for your care. Good deal. I never did get my fancy roster from Seth English, but I know he has bigger fish to fry. He at least sent me the Google Sheet roster, which they keep updated. I just don't print it out every week, and it is on the Google Sheet that is updated weekly. So my apologies. I was lucky I even had a roster this week. It's a busy Friday. Busy Friday at 2:19. Third and goal from the 11 out of the SSM Health timeout. 21-15 Rams, 3:14 left in the second quarter. 2 to the left, 1 right. Shotgun with a single back here for Reynolds, and somebody flinched somewhere.
False start.
It is a 5-yard penalty on the Collinsville Kahoks. Third and goal from the 16-yard line.
Looks like one of the guards moved on the offensive line.
Sounds like they're sending the ticket takers home. That means you can get in free the rest of the night. All right. 3:14 left, second quarter, just shy of halftime. And our halftime show presented by Malford and Quick Lube. 2 to the right, 1 to the left. Reynolds out of the gun. Your back is Neighbors. He's flanked to his left by Neighbors. And we have a whistle. Delay game. So, if that was bad to worse a moment ago, this is worse to that stinks.
Yeah, I didn't know you were going to say there.
I didn't either. I didn't want to go superlative in case there's another penalty. Well, I just did what's called an intermediate comparative. 3rd and goal from the 21. Another low snap, and this is going to be reversed to the near side. And could be trouble here as Rogers Parrott's going to bob and weave his way to the sideline. He's tripped up, though, inside the 10. He was out of bounds at about the 9 or the 8, maybe the 7. And he had out of bounds at the 6, they'll say. So Rogers Parrott's going to get a run of about 15 yards to bring up 4th and goal. I think people thought he was in, but no, he actually stumbled out of bounds closer to the 7 or the 8.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Not a favorable spot, but 4th and goal now for the Kahoks with 3:03 left in the quarter, and we have a timeout. Somebody. Looks like. Both teams have 2 left, so we're going to update our scoreboard for you on screen. 3:03 remains. This is an SSM Health Good Samaritan Hospital timeout. 21-15 Rams late in the second quarter. Important 4th down play here on 4th and goal from the 5-yard line as Amari Rogers Parrott just had a nice 15-yard run on a reverse. It looked like he was going to be stopped in the backfield, and he just kind of got through the defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Just got on the outside, used his quickness and speed to, go on that sideline and just stepped out of bounds.
If we may convert pop culture and baseball terminology here for a moment, he just kind of went shopping at the gap, and away he went.
4th and goal for Collinsville.
3:03 remains. 4th and goal from the 5-yard line for the Kahoks here. They have Rogers Parrott left. Goal line formation here, but more out of the gun. Richardson the back here on another low snap for Chase Reynolds, and he is going to sneak. Nope, he is stopped. What a big stop by the Rams on 4th and goal. Holy cow.
That was a hit. I don't know who that was, but that was a hit there right at the 1 or 2 yard line.
We're going to watch that play again, as it did look like he was going to get through. And I never got a great look at the Ram with the stop. We can watch that replay over and over. My screen is not big enough. But that is a touchdown-saving tackle at the 2. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Rams at their own 2-yard line on the turnover on downs.
No, absolutely. That's a great play by the Mount Vernon Rams defense. Get your offense back out there, maybe get a score, and then you can double dip coming out of halftime.
Absolutely. All the action tonight, don't you forget it, People's National Bank. The official voice of the Rams here on WMIX. They offer competitive rates and flexible solutions for all of your banking needs. Discover how they can help at peoplesnationalbank.com. The Rams will send a couple left. Mast in the left slot. Barnes, split left. And just a snap, and May's going to get some running room out of the shadow of the goalpost towards the 10-yard line. He might be just shy at about the 9. Maybe a 6 or 7 yard run there by Mally Mays on the ground.
Oh, it's good. Just get out of your own end zone, get some breathing room, and let this offense work going down the field here with 2:40 left to go.
That was actually Morales. My apologies. So Morales gets a carry. So 2nd and 3 from the 9-yard line out of the gun here for Mays. 2 to the right side. Looked like they got somebody to jump, and that's going to be a 1st down for the Rams.
Yeah, just jumping off sides. Give them a little hard count, see if they jump over.
We're in what they call the window. This is WMIX Mount Vernon, W243 AVFM Mount Vernon. Free service from Withers Broadcasting. 2:19 remains. We're in the second quarter, nearing halftime. We'll get you Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard in our Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime. As it's 1st and 10 from the 15 for the Rams. In motion here. Nope, it's going to be Staples going left side. He'll get to the 20. Gain of 5 for Jay Sean on the ground. Forgot to write down his 67-yard run earlier.
4 on the play. Deshaun Staples, the ball carrier.
Whoops.
Brings up about 30 second down.
So we drop below the 2-minute mark on 2nd and about 5 from
2nd and 5 from their own 19.
About the 20. 21-15, the Ram lead with 1:40 to work with here. We're getting later and later into the second quarter, closer to halftime. Mast in the right slot, Barnes split right. Out of the gun for the quarterback, Mays. 90 seconds to play here in the second. There's a quick snap and subsequent handoff. Not going to be a huge gain for Staples. Probably about 3 on the play to bring up 3rd and 3. And we'll drop below the minute mark, barring a timeout here on 3rd and short. Rams trying to get a One last Southern Illinois Tile and Carpet Supply touchdown before heading into the Mount Vernon Quickly halftime show.
3rd and 1 for the Rams.
So 3rd and 1 at the 24-yard line, just tucked inside that far hash. Out of the gun here for Mays. Single back with 2 to the right. And trying to go weak side. Ooh, Staples is going to get a first down, but there's a flag. He stepped out of bounds to stop the clock, but there's a flag in the backfield. And I think this is going to be against the visitors.
Brought down by Kahoks. Zach Reese will watch the flag.
Holding Rams.
Against Mount Vernon.
Well, that one's coming back. .8 seconds to go, and it's going to be 3rd and
10
off the scoreboard.
11.
So it'll be 2nd and longer.
2nd and
Oh,
11.
now they corrected it. 3rd and 11.
3rd and 11 now for Mount Vernon.
48.8 seconds remain here in the first half of action from Kahoks Stadium. We're in the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth.
To go in the half.
Ready for something to happen. Barnes to the right, Mass to the right slot. Out of the gun for Mays, wearing number 3. And we'll have a reverse here. And it looks like maybe that was fumbled on the reverse as the Rams are going to fall on it. For a loss.
Jefferson, the ball carrier.
With 42.2 seconds left. That'll be 4th and forever for the Rams. So we're going to have a timeout to talk it over. Sponsored by SSM Health, Good Samaritan Hospital. Advanced care close to home in the King City. 42.2 seconds left. We're in the second quarter from Collinsville. 4th and 15 for the Rams coming out of the timeout. Looks like the Kahoks are going to make them think about it. Well, with a 4th and 15 scenario here, it did look promising for the Rams. They had successfully defended a 4th and goal from about the 8.
Yeah, they definitely did. You know, getting that momentum coming back on offense, just couldn't get anything going. You know, putting it away here with 42 seconds left. You know, depend on your defense for, 40 seconds and see what happens. Defense is playing well today.
Less mistakes so far, and we've seen those mistakes instead out of Collinsville defensively, where they've gifted the Rams a couple of first downs. All the way back at the Mount Vernon 10 for the Rams. Dressed in their away whites with orange and black trim. First time we've seen the whites this year. Waiting for the punt. And there it is, almost blocked.
That was a roughing the punter.
It could have been, and it takes that backward spin. Otherwise known as a backspin to about the 40 in Kahawk territory, but there should be a flag coming, and there it is. Uh-oh.
Personal foul against Collinsville.
Yep, roughing the kicker. It's one thing you can make happen with those running punts.
Oh,
is you
yeah.
can make it easier to lure that contact.
I mean, he kind of leveled Malachi Mays there, it seemed like, but, he at least got the ball off, you know what I mean? It didn't get blocked.
So it'll be a first down for the Rams when we talk about a gift. With 32.4 seconds remaining here in the first half, turns a 4th and 15 into a 1st and 10 really quick.
Oh, I mean, that's good break for the Rams.
Ball will go to the 25-yard line between the hashes. So what do we got? Timeout, Dan Mings. Timeout presented by SSM Health, Good Samaritan Hospital. Advanced care close to home. Well, good chance to talk it over here with 32 and 4/10 of a second remaining here in this first half. It is 21-15. Rams on top in what has been a back-and-forth game so far. We've seen a 7-0 Ram lead, an 8-7 Collinsville lead, a 14-8 Rams lead, a 15-14 Kahawk lead, and now our current score of 21-15. We did see a nice defensive stand for the Rams, a goal line stand. that gave them possession here, but thus far they've stalled somewhat, and it took a roughing the kicker penalty to get them this first down.
Yeah, I mean, that goal line stand is pretty important. I mean, if they don't stop them there, what is it, 22-21, and you're going to halftime down by 1, but here you kind of control it, then you get the ball back coming into the second half.
Rams will send two to the left out of the gun for Mace. Morales in motion with 32.4 seconds left. Pass into the flat. It's going to be a halfback pass down the sideline. It's complete. That's Dave Barnes. No doubt inside the 20. 15-10. 5. Mays to Nesbitt to Barnes. Oh, boy.
Pass complete to David Barnes.
I don't know where to go from here, but that was Dave Barnes that time.
That was Dave Barnes that time.
And I didn't write down a distance.
I think it's 75.
Oh, baby. And I think Nesbitt gets credit for that throw.
Nesbitt does get credit for that throw.
You know why I had to pause? I about said Devontae. About said Bure. That is Zay. We do know that. 75-yard touchdown pass. You love to see it.
I'm sure he wouldn't mind being compared to his brother.
No. Kick up, kick good, no doubt. That is what we call now 28-15. Zay to Dave. I'm writing shorthand here, so I know how to talk about this later. Oh, we got some return of the MAC. So 28-15, 22.6 seconds left. You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can see that replay, how far that ball went in the air.
Let's see.
He went.
Boom.
That's a line
That's
drive.
some distance.
Yeah.
I need to actually extend the length of the replay capture from 12 seconds to something more. And remember to do it instantaneously. 28-15 Rams. Oh, baby. What a play.
Zay Nesbitt.
Zay Nesbitt.
Slinging the rock. Think we'd say that today on the way up here?
No. Nope. That's why you play the games. That is why you play the games. Unreal. All right, then. So Carnine will kick. Of course, the Rams, in theory, will receive. Well, they'll receive the kickoff second half. That's the safest way to say it. And there's the Carnine kick. Up. That's going to be about the 4. Mishandled a little bit, but recovered. Now to the 20-yard line between the hashes here for a nice move with the belly there at the 30, 35, 40. And it'll be at the 40-yard line for a guy whose last name I forgot. I apologize to Loyal Patterson. You don't forget Loyal.
No.
Loyal Patterson, nice return after a bit of a muff there at the 5.
Yeah, he kind of fumbled it there. It's a good return, kind of spun out some tackles, and you're wanting to see if the defense can just hold on here for 14 seconds, get into halftime, and get your offense going. Or they're receiving the ball in the second half, but you would think that your offense is going to get the ball first in the second half and get things rolling again.
How many of y'all are going to Ohio with me next week? You Rams fans making the trip. I know it's Fall Fest weekend. 1st and 10 out of the gun on the 35 here for Reynolds, and he will hand off. Neighbor's going to go to the right, and off tackle, swallowed up by Rose. Carries Rose a little bit to the 42 perhaps. Gain of about 6, maybe 7. And that should take us to halftime with 2 seconds left. That's exactly what it does. So, after 2 quarters, or better known to you, after the first half of play, it is the Mount Vernon Rams 28, the Collinsville Kahoks 15. We'll come back with your Mount Vernon Quick Lube halftime show here on WMIX. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
It's not just about getting an oil change. It's about how quickly you're back on the road, humming to your favorite tunes. Quick Lube on Broadway in Mount Vernon, where faster meets friendlier and clean is the scene. Their attention to detail sets your ride apart from the rest without breaking the bank. Cruise into Quick Lube today, because when your car purrs, you know you've chosen right. Quick Lube. Quick, clean, complete. Ready to serve you and your ride on Broadway in Mount Vernon.
You need insurance to help protect things that mean a lot to you. You need coverage that's affordable because we all have a budget. At Country Financial, we get it. For close to 100 years, we've offered insurance and financial services to help protect what's most important to you and to help prepare for your future. Best of all, I'm here to get to know you and find solutions for your budget. In other words, we've got your back. I'm Josh Finley, your local Country Financial representative. Call me at 618-242-4024.
Craving comfort food? Joe's Pizza and Pasta in Mount Vernon has oven-baked specialties that will straight up hit the spot. Try mouth-watering sausage and peppers, chicken parmesan, or baked meatballs. Stop by 819 Jordan Street, just south of the square in downtown Mount Vernon, or go online to orderjoes.com. Joe's Pizza and Pasta in Mount Vernon's oven-baked goodies you won't want to share. Trust your taste buds will thank you.
Adventure awaits with the 2024 Toyota RAV4. Hi, this is Tony Reeves at Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon. We've got 5 in stock and more on the way, whether you're looking for a gas model or a fuel-efficient hybrid. Right now, get 4.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on gas models or 5.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on hybrids. Visit Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon today to lock in your special APR, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
This is Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports. The Mount Vernon Quick Lube halftime show starts now.
Halftime show presented by Mount Vernon Quick Lube here on the campus of Collinsville High School or Kahoks Stadium, where your halftime score, the Mount Vernon Rams 28, the Collinsville Kahoks 15. Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside. You're listening to AM 940, 96.5 FM. Or you're watching live at the WMIX Sports YouTube channel, where this Ram lead has become a dandy, Tyler, of course, as we see the Rams take a baker's dozen lead into halftime, and just what a halfback pass that was from Zay Nesbitt to Dave Barnes. And Dave did the rest, running it in. Just what a play.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously they weren't expecting that, taking it out to Zay Nesbitt. I thought it was just a bubble screen going out. Then out of nowhere, he's cocking back and throwing probably a 50-yard pass through the air, and Dave Barnes does the rest, uses that speed to, he was wide open, but using that speed to get into the end zone there. So unbelievable play, unbelievable offense by the Mount Vernon Rams in the first half.
Without a doubt. Quick Lube's car care experts rival any race car pit crew. They're faster, friendlier, and cleaner than the rest. Shop their storefront at dollarsavingdeals.com for $25 off your next oil change. And I don't know who drew up that halfback pass play, but I am still mesmerized by what we saw out of Zay Nesbitt over the top and finding Dave Barnes for real that time. Of course, we saw a great touchdown catch of 80 yards from Marlon Price earlier. And Tyler, right now the Rams are finding a way to utilize other forms of offense other than the run.
Yeah, I love to see that. I love just a good old ball club that runs the ball, but I kind of like spreading it around a little bit. They're not, other than that trick play, but they weren't like deep passes. You're getting a slant out there, letting Price go to work. You're getting the bubble screen and letting Price sweep across, and that probably would have been a touchdown if that would have been called back. And that's one of those things to get your guys out on the outside, get the ball in their hands, get Barnes and Price going, instead of just going on the outside and blocking. Let them be involved in the game a little bit more.
Without a doubt, we have quite the array of entertainment here.
Yeah.
At Collinsville with their marching band and some trees. So we will take a break here on your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime. By the way, Rams 28, Collinsville 15. We'll come back. We'll have your Michael Croshan, Edward Jones scoring and stats here at the half in Collinsville. From Kahoks Stadium, again, Mount Vernon 28, Collinsville 15. We'll take a break. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
I'm Michael Croshan, your Mount Vernon Edward Jones financial advisor. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement that our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why Michael Croshan of Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of the Mount Vernon Rams on WMIX. Call 618-244-5990 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Find your next career today at Culver's of Mount Vernon. Want flexible hours, work in a fun and energized environment, and get paid starting at $15.25 an hour? And get raises for great performance. Start today at Culver's. They're like working for family, but with less drama. Apply at culvers.jobs and search for Mount Vernon, Illinois. You can also apply in person at Culver's at Veterans and 42nd in Mount Vernon. Join the Blue Crew today at Culver's of Mount Vernon. Again, go to culvers.jobs and apply.
Have you ever wondered how your homeowner's insurance works? Or whether you have enough coverage to protect you in an auto accident? Or what would happen to your family if you get sick or pass away prematurely? I'm your local State Farm agent, Tony Will, and these are the very questions that we help people with every day. If you don't have the answers to these questions, stop by my office in Mount Vernon. Waiting till a catastrophe happens to learn how your insurance works can be very costly. Don't let that be you. Find us on the web at TonyWilt.com or call us at 242-1421.
Follow us on social media at WMIX Sports. This is Mount Vernon Rams football.
Well, back here at Kahoks Stadium where they've just announced a lightning delay, and in my business, it's where you separate the men from the boys, the women from the girls, and of course we're going to do our best to keep it here the entire time, depending upon how much lightning there is. So you are gifted a very long Mount Vernon Quick Lube halftime show here from Kahoks Stadium, and gives us time to talk about just how great of a first half it was for the Mount Vernon Rams. Let's first look at the Michael Croce and Edward Jones halftime stats.
Yeah, so Collinsville, we're going to start off with Collinsville rushing. Quarterback Reynolds had 105 yards rushing. Running back Richardson had 5 yards rushing. Running back Neighbors had 64 yards rushing. And the wide receiver Rogers Parrott had 21 yards rushing. Passing, Reynolds had 54 yards passing. He was 5 for 8, 63%. Receiving, Habermel, future Northern Illinois student, had 24 yards. Rogers Parrott had 30 yards. And Frazier had 3 yards. And for the Mount Vernon Rams, a lot of offensive stats to go through for them. Ja'Shawn Staples had 95 yards and a touchdown rushing. Jefferson had net 0 yards, but he had a 4-yard touchdown. He was stopped there in the backfield a few times. Malachi Mays, 2 rushes for 6 yards, and Marlon Price has 4 yards. And passing, the surprise of the day, Malachi Mays, 104 yards passing, 3 for 3, and a touchdown. And then the real surprise of the day, I almost said Navante. Zay Nesbitt.
That's contagious.
Zay Nesbitt, 75-yard touchdown pass to Dave Barnes. And then Dave Barnes ended up with 102 yards receiving, and then Marlon Price had an 80-yard touchdown pass as well.
Well, there you go.
182 yards receiving for both of them.
Unbelievable. Well, if you plan to travel, work part-time, or move somewhere warmer when you retire, Michael Croce and your Mount Vernon Edward Jones financial advisor will work to help you reach the retirement you've always wanted. Call 618-244-5990. Edward Jones, member SIPC. Here in Collinsville, we're in the middle of a lightning delay at halftime, oddly enough. It is 28-15 Rams. And so here we are. We're going to just keep on talking and tell you about the great things that happened in the first half of football. If you're watching us on the WMIX Sports YouTube, it's going to be a lot prettier for you because we do have some replays we can show you from the day thus far. And I think we even still have the replays because we've never cleared it out from the entire season so far, so we may revisit some past games for you here. But for the Rams, and not to overdo it, and I don't want to make it sound like with regard to Zay that was shocking, but just a nice play out of the playbook of Dan Mings, and for me as a broadcaster, probably the most exciting Ram play that I remember in terms of the passing game, since I think it was Alvis to Black for 42 yards on a slant in the 2007 playoff game against Cahokia. And just it was a great play drawn up, and the Rams were able to execute it, and Barnes, for real that time, had his own touchdown of 75 yards.
Yeah, like you said, not to take anything away from Zay, but we just didn't know he could throw that far, or didn't know he could throw that accurately. I mean, Barnes wasn't really a tight window throw, but I mean, he's just a go route. Zay just slings the ball out there, says go get it, and that's what he does.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what happened, and you get to see the end of the play. Unfortunately, we don't have the full play as it developed, but for the Rams, it ended up working to their favor on what just appeared to be a sideline pass, and and it ended up working out. So here we are, 28-15 at the half, and I mean that's not the only big play of the night. I mean you can go back to all of them. You had a Isaiah Jefferson 4-yard touchdown with 4:08 left in the first. Richardson got Collinsville on the board with a 7-yard run, then scored on a 2-yard conversion after a penalty to make it 8-7. Ja'Shawn Staples gets the Rams back on the board with a 67-yard run. What a thing of beauty that was, 14-8. And then they find Hammermel for a 24-yard touchdown catch, and he did a ballet move into the end zone and just got in, made it 15-14. And then MP4, not Dave Barnes, MP4, Marlon Price, was able to catch a pass, and with Dave Barnes blocking for him in the shot, he got it in the end zone, as I'm getting a lot of grief for that one here in the booth, which is why you hear the pointed tone of my voice. But that was at the 9:07 mark of the second. That made it 21-15. And then, of course, that pass from Mays to Nesbitt. Can't forget Malachi in that entire thing. But Mays to Nesbitt to Barnes made it 28-15. Of course, Carnine is, as usual, perfect for PAT.
No, absolutely. I wanted to say one more big play. That goal line, big hit at the 2-1-yard line, 2-yard line to keep Collinsville out of the end zone right before we got the ball back. And then, a few things happened, but the same drive, we're punting it away, get a roughing the kicker penalty, and then right after that, we get that play to Dave Barnes. So, I mean, stopping them right there at that 2-1-yard line with that big hit on the goal line on 4th down is, you see the big offensive explosive plays, but I got to give those guys some love too.
Oh, without a doubt. Of course, we're in the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois Broadcast Booth. They're proud to have a long-standing tradition of superior orthopedic care, treating thousands of patients from the Southern Illinois region and beyond. And if you know me, you know one thing I do not do during a lightning delay is send it back to the station unless I absolutely have to. And so we're going to keep it here as long as we have to and keep you up to date as to what is happening in this one here. And, of course, one thing that does not faze me, the lightning delay, is we've been through worse. We're protected anyway from the elements. But one year in Mascoutah, there were some hurricane remnants coming through, and they wanted us to clear out because there was a tornado warning. And we're like, nah, bro, we're good. And so we just sat up there during this tornado warning with one of the Mascoutah admins, and this is before Scott Battis was AD. He was the football coach at the time, I think. And, yeah, he was. And so the superintendent, I think, it could have been principal, absolutely losing her mind in the gym because there's people in the press box. And so she, get them out of there, get them. And we're like, no, we're good. Yeah. And so we just stayed up there, and, we rode out the literal storm that night because it was pretty bad. It was bad enough we had to bring the camera inside, and we couldn't open the windows. And so the video that night was terrible. Coach Trainer was so upset because his film was awful because all you could see wasn't as bad as I am now, but all you could see was my large frame and my bald head in the image. So it was what it was, but we certainly know how to take care of that. So here we are. Halftime show presented by Mount Vernon Quick Lube. Mike and Sarah Toulees, proud sponsors of the Mount Vernon Rams here on WMIX. We're working to get you a Tony Wild State Farm scoreboard as well. But one of the new businesses in Mount Vernon, as we will try to get you some scores from around the area throughout this delay as well. Can tell you around the Coppers, as we'll dip into a Tony Wild State Farm scoreboard, Carbondale leads Cahokia 12-6. That's about 2/3 of the way through the second quarter. Halftime here, it's 28-15. Rams leading Collinsville. At last check, Centralia was up pretty big over Granite City, as I believe the score in that one was 28-6 at halftime, or actually 7 minutes left in the second. 28-6, Centralia leading Granite City. Marion in action tomorrow. That's now a 4 o'clock varsity start. They have Lighthouse Christian or Lighthouse Catholic out of Springfield, Missouri coming in. No word if they're going to stop at Buc-ee's on the way and bring some beaver nuggets, but they will be coming from Springfield. They're probably already there. That is tomorrow at 4 p.m. for the Marion Wildcats. Taking a look at some of the other games going on tonight in the Black Diamond, I know that we had a Cesar-Carmi update a moment ago from RJ. It was at halftime, Cesar-Valliere-Waltonville leading Carmi-White County 12-0. Now an 18-0 lead with 9 to play in the third. Last check, El Dorado and Flora were tied at 8 in the second quarter. I did not have a Hamilton County, Edwards County update from the Section 618 app, but we will certainly work at getting. Oh boy! Well, since that update, Centralia is leading Granite City now at halftime, 49-6. So that'll be running clock to start the second quarter. In the Apollo Conference tonight, I don't have any updates from Charleston, Mahomet, Mattoon, Effingham, or Mount Zion, Taylorville. Let's see, where else can we go? Let's go to the Cahokia Conference, the Illinois division, where I doubt I have any updates. Nope. Carlisle's playing Redbud. Chester's playing Sparta. Westland is at Dupo. Let's go to the Valley. Let's see if the Valley has anything updated for us here on our scoreboard.
Highland's still good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pope's still Catholic. I don't have that update, however. They're playing Mascouda tonight at home, but Jerseyville leads Civic Memorial 20-7. That's at halftime. Waterloo playing Triad tonight. Triad, that long-time Week 3 opponent for the Rams, and then when this whole thing came about with this arrangement with Collinsville and Granite City, that disappeared from the schedule. So battle of 3-0 teams in the Mississippi Valley tonight. Highland is surprising 1-2, by the way. They did lose a lot from that playoff team that upended the Rams a year ago, so lest we forget that. Let's see what else we have. I thought I had some updates out of the Little Illini. I do not, at least from not from this method I'm using. I might switch to a different score radar here in a little bit. I always like to check the river to river. I know at halftime, Benton and DuQuoin were tied at 7. At half, also at halftime, Nash Vegas leads Anna Jonesboro 48-0. Both the Benton and Nashville games on the Section 618 app tonight. No update from Pinckneyville and West Frankfort just yet. We'll certainly check those precincts a little bit later on in our coverage as we look to the Ohio now for some updates. Harrisburg's at Alton Marquette tonight in a game that we have on the Section 618 app for you. Alton Marquette is 0-3, Harrisburg 2-1. Harrisburg, 4 road games to start the season. They're finally home for homecoming next week, also on the Section 618 app. Currently, I did have a Heron and Carterville update. Carterville is leading Heron 21-14. As far as Massac and Murphy's concerned, also on the Section 618 app tonight. Murphy probably the heavy favorite in that one. Taking a look at some other scores. At halftime in Columbia, Roxana leads Columbia 14-0. That's in the Cahokia, Mississippi, I believe. Oh, boy. What a busy night. I just saw an update out of the Southwestern Conference, former home of the Kahoks. Belleville West is leading Alton. Future Ram opponent 37-6. Alton 0-3. Looks like they could easily fall to 0-4. Where's that update? It just came in. Oh, at the half, Edwardsville leads O'Fallon 33-0.
Wow.
Tony Wilt, State Farm agent in Mount Vernon. You can find him online, TonyWilt.com, or look for that white State Farm Jeep around town. We'll take a quick break, come back, talk some more. Lightning delay here in your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show in Collinsville. We're at Kahoks Stadium in the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois broadcast booth. Your halftime score, Mount Vernon 28, Collinsville 15. We'll come back. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois welcomes Natasha Rhodes, nurse practitioner, to their staff. Natasha specializes in orthopedics with special interest in spine and is accepting new patients. Her clinical experience lies in neurosurgery with concentration on adult geriatric primary care. Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois is changing the face of back and neck care by providing comprehensive treatment with a personal approach. Visit orthocenter-si.com or call 618-242-3778.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm thick-cut bacon sizzling on your stove. And while you were over there smearing your bagel, this little piggy went on a splatter spree. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you'll be crying wee over this fire in your home. So get Allstate.
Contact your local Allstate agent, Paul Shields, today to see how you can save.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Marty with Huey and Newell Funeral Homes. No one wants to stay where the pain is. Our natural instinct is to fix it or make it go away. There are some kinds of pain that never completely leave. They can, however, change over time. We're here to help your family begin the healing process and to help you see there's light that shines through the darkness. We are Huey and Newell Funeral Homes, showing compassion and helping others find hope now and many years to come.
Streaming worldwide on the Section 618 app, this is Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports.
It is Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports. Back on your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show. Mount Vernon Rams football is presented by People's National Bank as we are in the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth from Kahoks Stadium on the campus of Collinsville High School. You're watching us on the WMIX Sports YouTube. Thank you to Paul Shields, your Mount Vernon All-State agent, for your support here at halftime in the midst of a lightning delay. It is 28-15 with the Rams leading Collinsville at the half, and they scored on two big plays in the second quarter to stretch this lead. They got the lead back, trailing 15-14, and since then those 14 unanswered points. But, Tyler, for the Rams, we talked about the halfback pass. I mentioned that was probably the most exciting play for me as a broadcaster since the 07 playoff game. But another play that excited the absolute daylights out of me was in 13, and I can't remember the exact play now, and the kids from the class of 14 and that 13 team probably going to be super upset with me, but I feel like the Hyphen had a big score in that playoff game of Mattoon that went to double overtime, and then Shaner goes for two, and, you know.
You're talking about DeMontez Miller-Gray?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hyphen, baby.
Yeah.
And, you know, that was a guy that certainly could run the football, but.
Oh, for sure.
It would have been Dylan Reeves at quarterback and not Clayton, even though I called him Clayton for like 67% of the season.
Yeah, Dylan would have been the quarterback.
Yep.
Then he would have been a sophomore. He was only a year older than me. He would have been a junior.
Like he was a junior.
Actually, he would have been a junior because I was a sophomore then.
Yeah, that was a fun
2014 season.
That was a fun run, and then expecting big things in 14, and just that season did not quite work out. But in 13, kind of felt like the precipice was there for something great.
Yeah.
They went on the road to Althoff and got a big win.
Right.
At that time, I don't remember if it's candy cane turf yet or not, but it was at Lindenwood Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was a candy cane turf at that time. And, you know, just the excitement there and that season. But there have been a lot of great Rams football memories over the years. Unfortunately, I don't have the I'm not as long in the tooth as some of my predecessors that remember all of this stuff dating back to when they were in high school, like Rob, Dave, and Kurt before them, and John Callerman, of course. But there have been a lot of exciting moments, especially under Dan Mings, that, you know, I got to witness an absolute thrashing of Carbondale after a surprise loss to Carbondale in 04. The Rams win at home in 05. And, of course, love to give Colin Overstreet a little bit of jest because he had a 40-yard grab, and he led the conference that year in yards per catch. And it was his only catch of the season. With Glendale Moore, it's easy to understand why. And just a big win that night for the Rams, and, of course, undefeated regular season, capped off by a nice Week 9 win at Newton and then a run in the playoffs. But, you know, been a lot of exciting memories over the years. But for me, that halfback pass, I don't know why. I don't, you know, Truman Carnine might come back later and kick a 60-yard field goal, and then I forget about everything in my life. So
I'll tell you what,
we'll
another
see.
exciting one was,
Yeah.
and it might not have been last year. It wasn't last year. It was 2 years ago. Before I was in the booth, I went to the game. Speaking of Overstreet's meeting Fisher, Overstreet went to Carbondale, and we, I think it was tied or we were down. Dan Ming's first year.
30 more minutes.
And we, Mile and Nettles took it back to the house
at
the end of the game to win it.
Yeah, and I mean, that was Dan coming back, and, you know, there were a lot of car rides with certain people talking about what needed to happen to this program. And, you know, Dan's name mentioned quite a bit.
No.
And he ends up back, and, you know, there's some regrettable seasons or a regrettable season that I won't speak of. And, you know, it takes a minute to turn some things around. And I don't know that anybody expected. I know everybody expected improvement in 22. I just don't know that everybody expected that fast of improvement.
No.
And, of course, a very winnable playoff game against a Kankakee team that slipped past Marion and went to the state championship in 21.
Yeah.
And, you know, I actually had forgotten about that until talking with Tim Petrovich, one of the voices of the Marion Wildcats last week, about that Marion team. And so as we have more and more lightning here in Collinsville, that every time that happens, as long as somebody, quote, sees it, it's another 30 minutes on the clock.
I didn't say anything on our timeout. No, but I think that, you know, even like, you know, after that around 2015, you know, going into my senior year of high school, 2016, you know, and then going from that, it kind of started there, and then kind of started tapering off, and then Dan Mings just kind of got a jolt back into the program. It felt like, and a jolt back into the program. More kids came out. Seemed like jerseys were pretty low there on the sideline towards the end before he came back, and for sure I think he got a lot of kids out, got a lot of kids motivated to be a Mount Vernon Rams football player again.
Oh, without a doubt. And, that's why I said what I said to Dan in the pregame interview when talking about, somebody questioning me, how did the Rams lose that? And how great that felt to hear something like that. And thankfully this time around he knew what I meant, as opposed to getting upset and calling back into the sports show 30 minutes later. More on that in a second. But it ended up, there's another lightning strike, but it ended up where he understands. And the whole point of that question was, to me, it was thrilling to hear people expecting to win again.
Yes.
And, and having those years where it's like people are like, are we ever going to win a game? And in those years, some of the losses were hard to come by. And it's not that it wasn't poor coaching, it wasn't poor talent. It's just sometimes to make that good recipe, you need all the ingredients. And sometimes if you go, the cupboard's bare, whether it be coaching, talent, whatever, sometimes it's going to be tough to win some football games. And talking about Dan and him calling back 30 minutes later into the sports show, proud as a peacock back in like 2009 or 2010, we have the Saturday sports show at the time at the Roland Lewis building in Mount Vernon.
Yeah.
Got Dan on. They're getting ready to play Geneseo or Metamora or somebody, whatever, on a Saturday in Mount Vernon. And so I'm like, at the time, he was not a color commentator for us yet, but Danny Zerwinski was known for on the sports show on our sister station for all these factoids.
Yeah.
Well, I came up with one about Saturday afternoon games. The Rams didn't have a great record, and I pointed that out, thinking, I just discovered something brilliant in 2 seconds of thinking. Oh, my goodness. And so talking to Dan, and he's like, what do you mean? We beat Kahoks in the playoff game last year. And I was like, no, bro, it was dark. It was a 5 o'clock start. He's like, okay. So I unknowingly upset him because sometimes I'm not always up on people's feelings and the things I say and how they come across. And it's part of being on the spectrum. But anyhow, it's one of those things where he calls back later trying to defend it again. And I'm like, oh, crap, I have made Dan Mings mad. And so I show up to the football field a little bit later because, again, it's an afternoon game. Here comes Mark Goodhart before his back totally just went to heck, and I'm not trying to give out HIPAA information here.
Yeah.
But he's running after me and does a playful tackle. And I'm like, this guy is going to kill me or rip me to shreds.
Yeah.
And it turned out I upset the entire coaching staff.
Yeah. When Mark Goodhart tackles you, it's kind of like Lenny. He doesn't know his own strength, so it's like he's like a mice and men. He's just tackling you down. You could like break a hip or something, and he has no clue what he's doing.
And even Jeff Lonan, who, if you don't know him well, you don't know that he is one of the gentlest people on this planet that would quite literally give you the shirt off of his back, provided he was wearing an undershirt. Even he was mad. He's like, Hugo. And I was like, what? And so, I was able to at least rationalize and reason with him, but it did take a while to repair that relationship with some of the coaches. And we've had a lot of good ones over the years. It's 28-15, by the way. This is actually a live coverage of a football game, in case you're wondering why we're just rambling on about God
history.
Knows what.
Yeah.
But Rams and Collinsville in a lightning delay tonight. Thus far, it is halftime. We're in the middle of the Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show. We'll check in with the Tony Wilt scoreboard in a moment. We've already given you the Michael Croce and Edward Jones scoring and stats. We will probably, depending upon how long this goes, do that again at some point in this halftime show. But right now it's 28-15 Rams. We're in the middle of a lightning delay here on WMIX. We're on AM 940 and 96.5 FM tonight. We'll return to 94.1 FM, I believe, on Friday, October 4th, when the Rams head to Granite City in Week 6 action. Next week, because of Fall Fest and live coverage of that, we were going to try to sneak in the Ohio game before the Cardinals and Giants, because the Cardinals will wrap up the regular season on the West Coast. But we'd have some live broadcasts there, and so we'll be in Ohio. Don't forget, Ohio's Eastern time, so next week will be a 5:30 Central pregame, 6 o'clock Central kickoff here on WMIX. Even though the schedule says 7, I was told that's a 7 Eastern start time there in Ohio.
Ohio.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Hunter Girls at Fall Fest on Friday night. She was on one of the talent shows not long ago on the big networks out of Nashville.
Saturday night.
Fuel, baby.
Fuel. WMIX tent that afternoon.
Well, I'll be slinging drinks at the Fall Fest as a part of my volunteerism or community service. I'm not sure which that counts as. But so we are going to Ohio Friday morning, driving back as far as we can Friday night. And this has nothing to do with the company willing to put in a hotel room. I got to get back.
Yeah.
And so going to drive as far as I can, hopefully all the way, but probably not because I'm not as young as I used to be. I'm now 41. And then hopefully getting back so we can do our volunteer effort. We have the Fall Fest parade on Saturday as well as our shift helping out in the bartending tent. So there we go. 28-15, Rams on top. The Collinsville Kahoks will run down the scoring drives again. As in the first quarter, the Rams got the scoring started. Got a nice defensive stop to open up the game on the opening drive from the Kahoks. And then Isaiah Jefferson ran in a 4-yard touchdown. Carnine got the kick to make it 7-0. Then about 3.5 minutes later, Rome Richardson ran a 7-yard touchdown in and got the 2-point conversion to make it 8-7 Kahoks. 11.5 seconds later, Jay-Sean Staples got a 67-yard touchdown run with a Carnine kick to make it 14-8 Rams. Then with 10:14 left, the opening score of the second quarter, Habermel had a 24-yard reception. Their kick was good to make it 15-14 and put the Jayhawks back on top. Then with 9:07 left, MP4 an 80-yard touchdown catch with a Carnine kick. Rams are back on top, 21-15. And then after a nice goal line stop, the Rams were gifted a couple of first downs on some third down penalties. And they got a halfback pass. It was actually Mays to Zay Nesbitt, who then passed to Dave Barnes, 75 yards. And the Carnine kick made it 28-15. As we're on your Mount Vernon Quick Lube halftime, we got a lightning delay here at Collinsville, Kahoks Stadium. We're on WMIX and the WMIX Sports YouTube. Tyler, I don't want to put you on the spot, but we might as well run down the stats one more time in this first half. Tell you how everybody finished and give everybody an update who may just be accessing the broadcast, wondering why they're staring at a scoreboard on the YouTube channel.
Yeah. So we're going to start with Collinsville. Quarterback Reynolds had 105 yards rushing. Richardson had 5 yards rushing. Neighbors, number 24, had 64 yards rushing. Rogers Parrott had 21 yards rushing. Reynolds throwing had 54 yards. Passing, 5 for 8, 63%. Habermel had 24-yard touchdown with a spin move there at the end to get in the end zone. Rogers Parrott had 30 yards receiving, and I believe it's Adam Frazier had 3 yards receiving. Jay-Sean Staples leads the Rams with 95 yards and a touchdown. Jefferson has a net of 0 yards and a touchdown with a 4-yard touchdown. Malachi Mays has 6 yards, and Price has 4 yards rushing. Mays has 107 yards, 3 for 3, and an 80-yard touchdown to Marlon Price. And Nesbitt has a 75-yard throwing touchdown to Dave Barnes. Dave Barnes has 102 yards receiving, and then Marlon Price has 80 yards receiving. Both have a receiving touchdown apiece, totaling out to 182 receiving yards and 2 receiving touchdowns.
There you go. Those Michael Croce and Edward Jones scoring in stats the second time here on your Mount Vernon Quick Lube halftime show. So we've got a minute or two before we resume this one because at some point they'll have to come back. They'll have a warm-up clock as well. Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah, I don't know if they've added another one, but there was one that is either seen or unseen very close.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
If you are ever making the trek to Collinsville for a reason other than high school sports, or even if you come here, you can always take a trek by the giant catsup bottle.
Yeah.
I say catsup. Brooks Tangy Catsup. The ketchup bottle water tower here in Collinsville, one of the sights to behold on your way to the Metro East. But we still have probably quite a bit before we resume play in this one. So the Mount Vernon Rams, well, let's talk about their remaining schedule here the rest of 2024 in the regular season, as next week they'll be on the road. Archbishop Hoban. How did that one come about? Well, I'll tell you what. When you have an uneven number of teams in the conference and you have an open game in weeks 4 through 8, it is quite difficult to find an opponent. And that's exactly the situation the Rams had, is they were left like, oh, okay, what are we going to do? They looked far and wide, as far south as Mississippi, as far west as Japan, as far north as Ontario. And none of that's true. The Mississippi is. None of the rest is. But it ended up being a thing where it is tough to find a Week 5 opponent.
Yeah.
And the team, North County out of Bonne-Terre, did not want a second game, and so it's like, okay, what are we going to do? So I guess, I don't remember who called who, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how the relationship came to be, it just matters that it did. And so the Rams are headed to Akron, Ohio next Friday night. Now, we'll say this. After that, the Rams will go to Cahokia. I'm sorry, I said Granite City. Cahokia was Week 7 for years, for decades, for eons, since 1993, I believe.
Yeah, you would have got me with that one because I thought it was Granite next week too.
So after Hoban, it is the Hoke. And then we go to Granite City on the 11th, followed by a home game with Centralia on homecoming night. Senior night's already done. Pink Out night's already done. The only thing we've got for the Orphans is homecoming night. And then the Rams will wrap up the regular season on the 25th at Alton. So for the Rams, if you can eke out a win tonight, get that second win, you know what? You have the potential to get into the playoffs with no matter what happens next week. I mean, I'm not going to say, after that long of a drive, the Rams might be a little tired. Maybe they come up short on the road in Akron, Ohio. But I don't know. Anything's possible, so we'll certainly see what happens to the Rams. But Hoban next week, and that's in Akron, Ohio. The Rams are going to go up Thursday night. They'll get to see the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, I believe, on Friday.
It's a great place to go.
Absolutely. And then Friday night after the game, because they have a chartered bus, they're going to drive all the way back through the night. And then they will get back probably around 5 a.m. or 6. I don't know. I mean, that's just that was the projected time of return, was 5 o'clock in the a.m. in the King City. So there we go. And, there's a lot of cool places in Canton, Akron, Cleveland, Dayton, whichever way you travel that way. So that's a pretty cool opportunity for this team. It is not the Rams' first game in Ohio. Week 2 of 2007, they traveled all the way to the Queen City of Cincinnati, where they played Withrow University High School. And our broadcast was from a book depository about 50 yards from the field, where we did not have any binoculars, and we just did the very best we could. We had some binoculars. I just don't think we utilized them. Tough to do on the fly.
Cincinnati's a little easier drive than Akron, Ohio, though.
Absolutely. And so it's about a 3.5, 4-hour drive. And if you're ever in Covington across the river, there's a place called Smoke Justice that has the best wings you'll ever have in your life in the state of Kentucky. Not leaving out our sponsors, of course. They're exempt from this conversation. But they're flash fried, smoked and then flash fried, and they're delicious. Oh, yeah, the window in the press box at Withrow University did not open that well, so it was a good time. In case you're watching us, wondering what is going on, why am I staring at a scoreboard, why is Hugo rambling about all things Rams football, we are in the middle of a lightning delay here at halftime. It's 28-15. There's still been some flashes and strokes of lightning here during our halftime break, so each time you see that sprawl across the sky, it's another 30 minutes on the clock. So we'll see which strikes they've seen and which strikes they have not.
We keep going a little further, we might just get a Week 3 NFL preview going on. I mean,
you never know.
We might. But, I mean, you were talking about the Rams earlier, and you were talking about Dan Mings, coming in and giving a little, shot in this program. I think the first year, if I'm not mistaken, we went 7-2. Is that right? 7-2, 6-3, somewhere around there.
I think it should have been 7-2 in 22.
Yeah, because the Cahokia game, yeah. Yeah, anyway, it's 6-3. So, I mean, but it seemed like we were, and then we went to the Snake Pit and won. That's what it was to get in the playoff. And then we, the next year, last year, 6-3. But if you remember that 6-3, that third loss came against Marion, I believe. And we had dust off the playbook from the 1800s.
Oh, we're talking last year.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And lost that game. But what I'm trying to get at is their backs were against the wall last year.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. And they had to run the table. And we've had 2 losses early, but what I keep telling people, and people ask me, how do you think the football team is? You go to men's league golf or wherever you're going in town, and they're going, what do you think about the team? What do you think about the team? I say, never underestimate a team that's coached by Dan Mings.
100%.
Because their backs are against the wall. They're going to work their butt off, and they're going to correct the things that are wrong. But and they're going to do things the right way. I just don't think we should, give up on a team that is obviously very efficient offensively and getting better defensively.
Oh, without a doubt. And should tell you that we're in the Mountford and Quick Lube halftime show. We've given you the Michael Croce and Edward Jones stats a couple of times. We've given you some Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard updates. You're watching online thanks to Paul Shields, your Mountford and All-State agent. But the thing that you may not realize is for every stroke of lightning, again, just recapping, 30 minutes, there are some people walking out on the field. They're not game officials or anything like that. But kind of curious to see how much longer. There's some. We'll see if they caught that or not.
Yeah, but, I think at this point, if they saw all of them, we'd be here about 5 hours.
Yeah. And so we're just going to keep going until we have nothing left to give, which is usually how I roll. So there we are. Try to check in some scores from around the region again. But we were talking about some of the past seasons and, the last year's team that ended up making the playoffs, even though they went a week and a half without a true quarterback and some of the things they had to do. And it ended up that the team ran about 3 offenses last year.
Yeah.
The things they had to do. 2024, most recent update in the Southwestern Conference was Belleville West, Oliver Alton at halftime, 37-6. Last check, it was Edwardsville 33-0 over O'Fallon. Also at the half, O'Fallon maybe in most years this would be a surprising winless season, but this year with everything they had in the offseason, another bolt. Probably not surprised to see them 0-3. Alton is also winless on the season, and that is the Rams' weak.
I was reading.
Week 9 opponent.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Fine.
But I was reading an article in that Belleville Altoff is back playing Belleville East and Belleville West in their rivalry. They're playing it at the Candy Cane Stadium. Not really Candy Cane Stadium anymore because they changed the turf at the old Lindenwood Belleville Stadium. But I saw that Altoff beat up Belleville East. Are they back to their old ways and doing the things they do? I saw the running backs going to Oregon.
Oh, yeah, Deere Hill, the former Centralia native who has gone to Altoff after going to Vashon. And so he's finally a senior. But, the Oregon commit, and, they're expecting big things out of him. And when you take a look at teams the Rams have played, and you think about that schedule, I haven't kept tabs on Taylorville. But when you think Taylorville, and then some years Mascoutah week 2, some years not. Mascoutah's not. Mascoutah is, I think, 1-2 this year.
Yeah.
I'll go to the Valley next when I do some scores. But, Triad's 3-0. And then Waterloo on the schedule this year in week 1 is 3-0. Mascoutah's actually winless. My apologies. And so, you look at the schedule, and then Mount Carmel now in the Little Illini. The Golden Ace is struggling. They went into last week 0-2 before finally getting a win last week, I believe Robinson, if I remember right. So, when you take a look at this Rams schedule as it was before going into this 2-year deal, and whether it's been extended or not, I've not talked to Coach English to know for sure. But looking at this potential setup, and this setup was in mind with Altoff being a part of the South 7.
Yeah.
And so then they sneak out and they go on to greener pastures with other non-boundaried institutions in that conference, the Gateway Metro, I believe.
Non-boundary is a good way to put it.
Yeah, and so it can be tough trying to schedule teams, but kudos to them because outside of their non-conference schedule, they're trying to play up, and they know that they have an opportunity if they do play up and get some W's, that with that talent that they have, they can make a 1A or 2A run.
No, yeah, they're very good. I was just watching a little bit of the Belleville East game. I used to live in Belleville, went to the Lindenwood Belleville and ran a lot of striders for cross country and track on that Candy Cane field. But I was watching a little bit of that game, and that running back is, he's an Oregon commit. So saying he's good is kind of an understatement, but he's very good.
And Altoff is actually right now number 1 in Class 1A.
Yeah.
And, tonight they have the number 10 and 3A Tolono Unity. So they are playing an amped-up schedule. And, just kind of looking around at some scores, Nashville looking for their 3rd win of the year, 48-0 lead with a running clock in the 4th quarter. So Nashville's going to get home from AJ well before we get home from the St. Louis Metro tonight. But Belleville West still leading 37-6 over Alton. West is 2-1. Benton now heading into the 4th. Leads DuQuoin 10-7, and I actually just got an update from that one. It's 14-10 DuQuoin now as Du Quoin's come from behind to take a lead over the Benton Rangers. This scoreboard update is presented by Tony Wiltz, your State Farm agent of Mount Vernon. At the half, Cahokia leads Carbondale 26-9. Cahokia is 2-1. The Terriers are 1-2. I think I said that reverse earlier. That score has been corrected on the IHSA website now. What else we got? Of course, we know it's 28-15 here at halftime. Anything else of interest? I mean, these are statewide scores here. I'm not going to give you everything. I could to fill time, and it may come down to that before we get back to playing here. We're not afraid to keep it here during lightning delays and keep you up to date. And that way, if you need to flip on and see what's happening, you're not that there's anything wrong with music, but I mean, you at least are getting continuous updates that way. Mater Dei 1-2 leading Madison 44-6. That's at the half. Obviously, Mater Dei is an independent, so that's non-conference. I was hoping to see some Apollo scores start to roll in at the moment. Taylorville's 1-2, by the way. I said I wasn't keeping tabs on them, but I just saw that they're 1-2. They actually have Mount Zion tonight in Apollo play. They're 2-1. So that's a score to keep tabs on in terms of potential postseason opponents, depending upon where everybody finishes. Let's see what else we got.
I thought this little pop-up was going to go away pretty quickly, but it doesn't seem like it.
In a battle of undefeateds at Carroll Kelly Field in Sessor, Sesserville-Waltonville leads Carmi White County now with 2 to play, 32-0. And as far as the chances of playing the rest of this game, we would assume it's pretty good once the Lightning escapes the area, as people need Bernard. Just sending a message to the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth here, so we'll see what we get out of this. But at the end of the day, we're just in a lightning delay, and there's not been any rain or anything like that. It's just a matter of if lightning continues to roll in to the area. So I haven't really been paying a lot of attention to the radar, just been filling airtime here with football-related stuff. But I can talk weather for hours on end if need be. And again, it could come to that as well. So we will see what happens. But we'll get the radar momentarily. But not a lot of scores that surprised me tonight so far outside of Sessor-Carmi. I expected a much closer game in the Black Diamond tonight. And so far, Sessor steamrolling Carmi and seems pretty good. And if you're an Illinois fan,
I was just about to say that.
I was going to say, cover your ears if you're recording the game, Tom Portner. But that'd be basketball. I don't know if he does for football. I know the Hammer's tuned in, so if he needs a break and needs to cover his ears, I will give you 3, 2, 1. And Illinois is down 17-10, but they get the ball at the half. Thank you, Chris Bernard, one of the great marketing folks at People's National Bank, the official voice of the Mount Vernon Rams here on WMIX Sports, and also a Mount Vernon Township High School Sports Hall of Famer for many reasons, but the one we can talk about on the air is his baseball acumen.
Yeah.
So there we go. All in all, Tyler, this is your first lightning delay and first time you've been stretched to the limits to see what you can come up with. And you're doing pretty good.
I could talk football for, me. I mean, I could talk football for hours and hours and hours. So, I mean, it's not really testing it, and probably till about the 6th hour, I think we might stretch it. But, we could talk anything, but we're trying to stick to high school football. I think I could stick there for a while, but, I can, we can dip into college and NFL if we need to, but I think I could do it for quite a while. Basketball, I could probably go for longer, but we'll.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Sometimes I calculate fantasy stats on the go for high school football, but
Dave Barnes have a pretty good fantasy day.
He has. Even Yahoo would have a correction on Monday.
Yeah.
But I mean, Yahoo had originally given Barnes that initial touchdown based on my play call, so they would have a stat correction on Monday for Marlon Price, and it would ruin somebody's week.
Don't get me going on stat corrections because the Thursday night football game, this is going way but we're delayed. So 23 points for Aaron Rodgers on Thursday night football. Fisher Overstreet has him on playing Fisher Overstreet. And then I come back the next morning, he has like 27 points or 26 points. I'm like, you're telling me you missed 4 points during the entire game. But anyway, that's just here nor there. I mean, that is what it is. But
it does happen.
That's all about Sunday. It's all about Sunday. Who cares about Thursday? Who cares about Monday night? Who cares about Sunday night? Well, then
Zay Nesbitt gets in on the fantasy scoring because, I mean, now he gets robbed because he only gets 4 points for the passing touchdown.
Yeah.
And he'll actually only get about 3.25 points for the 75 yards.
Should we just put by his name the QB, RB? You know what I mean? He plays both.
He'll be multi-position eligibility for sure. And then Staples has had a good fantasy night.
Yeah.
But Dave Barnes, if we're doing half-point PPR, full-point PPR, he at least gets some points out of that. But he's having a pretty good night. So we'll go full-point PPR. So that's 3, 4.8, 5.7, 13.2. So he's got 19.2 points tonight.
Who's that, Staples?
Fantasy. This is Dave Barnes.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, that's good for a wide receiver, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
We'll
great
take
for
it.
a wide receiver.
Rams will take it. Staples, meanwhile, my stats may not match yours, so I'm just kind of going on the fly here. 21 yards, 26 yards, 29 yards. Where are we at? 96? 95 yards. So there we go. We're close. So he's about 15.5 if you allow fractional points.
Yeah,
I prefer. I don't like whole points.
No.
Leagues.
Give me all you can get.
So not a bad night for those two if you have them in the non-existent Yahoo Sports high school football fantasy league. So there you go. And here we are, still going on the Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show, and I'm still getting Weather Channel lightning updates like you wouldn't believe here about lightning nearby. So we'll see.
I did get a weather update from my brother, Taryn Williams, lives.
So they estimate a 9:30 to allow them back on the field with a restart at around 9:45. So there you go. So we still have quite a bit of ways to get you to high school football again tonight. It's Mount Vernon Rams lead Collinsville 28-15 at halftime. We're in the lightning delay here from Collinsville. You knew after last week that we were due because so many of our brethren, at least in our building, in Mount Vernon, Ryan Roddy, and he may have been by himself. No Derek Harlan last week. He was in Waterloo, and the Orphans of Bulldogs, and I don't think he got home until 1:30, is I think what he told me on Monday. So we were due. It's been a while, and here we are filling it for you on WMIX Mount Vernon.
Thought we were going to get one last week.
I don't know how we didn't, but thankfully last week the Lightning did stay away, and that made all of the difference in the world. Glad to have those of you, if there are any left. Let me check the YouTube. And there's plenty. And whether you may have us muted in the background or you may be listening for updates, but we're glad to have you here. And we'll get you an update on the Twitterverse, or X as you call it. I refuse to call it that. You might still call it Riverport instead of Verizon Wireless or Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, but be that as it may, it's the world we live in. And so here we are. You're hearing a lot of talk in the background over walkie-talkies. That's official information being released and disseminated amongst the Citizens Band here nearby. So that's where we are. But 28-15, and all things considered, it was a good first half for the Mount Vernon Rams. So let's see. So barring any additional strikes, we'll be back. We'll see live at about 9:30 and potential high school football action at 9:45. And one thing we never got to because we didn't know if we would need to, but it sounds like we will. What do the Rams need to do in the second half? I mean, right now they will receive the kickoff to start the second half. And, if they can get down the field again and just keep pounding that football, you feel pretty good.
No, absolutely. I think you just keep doing what you're doing. I mean, You're obviously going to be more run heavy, obviously, just with the offense that you guys run. But I do like, kind of being a little more balanced. You know what I mean? Just being a little more balanced. It doesn't have to be these, bombs like we saw Nesbitt do, but just the slant routes, the bubble screens, the, the halfback screens, just little slip screens, just whatever, take whatever the defense gives you. And if they're letting you throw slants and letting the wide receivers work, then I just think keep doing that.
Without a doubt. We're going to take another break here on our halftime show. It's been a minute. When we do, we'll come back. We'll talk some more. At the half, your Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show. It's the Mount Vernon Rams 28, Collinsville Kahoks 15. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Chris with Bean Insurance Agency. We've been serving the listening area for over 20 years. Our office has a combined experience of over 75 years of insurance knowledge. We have multiple companies to choose from, so you get a great rate, and we strive to provide the best customer service around. This combination has won Bean Insurance Agency multiple awards over the last 20 years. Call today and find out for yourself at 618-242-6017 or stop by 1310 Broadway in Mount Vernon, Illinois.
Heritage Woods of Mount Vernon is an affordable assisted lifestyle community providing apartments for seniors 65 and older. Residents will enjoy private one-bedroom or studio apartments with amenities including weekly housekeeping, laundry service, 3 meals a day, medication assistance, and 24-hour staffing and assistance. Heritage Woods of Mount Vernon, an equal housing opportunity. Leave worries behind and move forward with Heritage Woods of Mount Vernon. Stop by and tour this awesome community today.
If you are looking for a new career, Walgreens Distribution Center in Mount Vernon is hiring. Walgreens offers an excellent benefits package, competitive pay, on-site health clinic, 401k, performance bonuses, full-time employment, salaried positions, and even build your own schedule options. Plus, they have walk-in Wednesdays every Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. No appointment necessary. Walgreens is an equal opportunity employer and welcomes individuals with diverse talents and backgrounds. Walgreens promotes and supports a drug-free workplace.
Watch the Rams in stunning high definition at WMIXsports.com. Powered by Paul Shields, Allstate Insurance.
Back here in Collinsville from the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois broadcast booth, the Mount Vernon Rams lead a lightning delay halftime lead of 28-15 over the Collinsville Kahoks here on the road. The Rams again are 1-2 coming in to Collinsville's 2-1. But right now the Rams up at Baker's Dozen over the home team here at Kahoks Stadium. I'm Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside Shauna Pugh back at the Mount Vernon studio. Jeff Crow taking care of the camera, even though it's just focused on the scoreboard, and he's just sitting here doing nothing, taking care of the camera for the WMIX Sports YouTube channel. I've just challenged him to do something, and quite frankly, who knows what's getting ready to happen here.
There is no clue.
So you're going to be taken away from the scoreboard, which has had the same thing on it for about an hour and a half. And now you're going to get to look at, I guess, people on the sidelines, which appears to be the Rams coaching staff.
Yeah, they've been there almost the whole time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've just been looking at the scoreboard on the screen. What did I know? So, but at least you know the score is 28-15, and that is halftime, and we are in the lightning delay. So we'll get back to the action we hope. They hope to let the youngins out on the field at about 9:30 with play resumption at approximately 9:45. For those of you watching or listening online, that would be Central Time. So within hopefully about 25 minutes, people on the field with hopes of in 40 minutes play resumption. And for the love of everybody here, getting this one in tonight so we can all go home at some point on what will hopefully still be Friday night.
Yeah, and not come back tomorrow at noon or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's a glimpse of where we are right now. We'll continue to check in with some Tony Wilt State Farm scores and much more. But, we talked a little bit earlier about our Josh Finley Country Financial Ram of the Week, and Malachi Mays wins that honor this week. And for Mally, of course, he had a nice toss in the air, but also 2 on the ground as far as touchdowns are concerned. And, he had a nice week last week. The Rams did come up short against Marion. 37-34 was the final score. I'm not going to lie to you. If Truman Carnine makes that 57-yard field goal, he's probably my Ram of the Week.
Yeah.
I mean, that's record. That would have been record-setting.
That record-setting, and it would have been a game-winning, but, they would have got him at least tied, gone on overtime. But, the pouring down rain into the wind, it's a tough kick for anybody. It probably would have been the Ram of the Week for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. And as a result, the Rams end up a field goal short, which makes you wonder, man, what if they would have made that kick? But, you can't second-guess anything in that one, and I'm not questioning the play at all. If you're listening to the pregame show, and if you're watching, you did not hear it. But, telling Dan that I love that call there. Probably some people were like, oh, my gosh, what's going on? But Truman Carnine does have the leg and then some to pull that off. So it ended up being okay, and, it was – maybe not what they had hoped for or wanted in terms of the fan base, but I think once people get to know that, okay, he can do that, it's going to be A-okay. So, it ended up being just fine. And the Rams, as a result, do come up short against Marion last week after getting a nice conference win over Marion over Carbondale the week before. So ends up okay.
Yeah.
Tough loss to Waterloo to open the season, but we see the Bulldogs are 3-0, and now you don't feel as bad about that loss. Marion's undefeated.
Yeah.
So now you don't feel nearly as bad.
And they're both two just good programs, especially this year. Both of them are just pretty solid. I mean, obviously they're both 3-0 for a reason. That's just the way it goes. I mean, they're both close games too. I think the Waterloo score was a little wider than what the game actually was, but you fix a few mistakes in that Waterloo game, and I think we come out with a W there. And Marion, same thing. Kind of a few mistakes here or there that cost you the game.
Oh, exactly. And sometimes that's all it is. Sometimes it's a yard here or a missed play there, or it happens. That's part of football. And, the end result is that at the end of the day, the Rams are now 1-2 instead of 2-1 against in a game. And both games are winnable. Let's face it, the Rams have lost both games were one possession each.
Yeah.
And so, we're talking about a couple differences in possession of an undefeated Rams team here tonight and playing a very good Collinsville team.
No, I mean, playing a very good Collinsville team, and I've said it once, I've said it 100 times, they have dynamic players, especially skill players, the quarterback, the tight end, the wide receiver, and just they get on the outside and they're tough to stop, just like the Mount Vernon Rams. And so, don't let 9-0-1 beat you, and they've done a good job of not letting them go too far or beat them too far down the field, I guess what I'm trying to say, and hopefully that continues here in the second half.
Oh, without a doubt. And as we start to see some more people start to filter into the grandstand, so we know that people coming onto the field is just a little bit closer. Again, they're aiming for 9:30 with the hope of resuming play pretty quickly here, maybe around 9:45. So we still have a way to go here, and we're going to keep it here because that's what we do. But at the end of the day, no one's the wiser. It's been a great night, and I know for me here, this has been fun. We've taken some trips down memory lane. We've looked at some scores from around the area, but it's good to also see some signs of life in the crowd as people are starting to come back out a little bit. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. And it looks like the threat of lightning is diminishing by the minute, which is, for us, that's also a good thing. That's a very good thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just hopefully these pop-ups stay away so we can finish it out and get home.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, there is absolutely no doubt about that. I mean, bed obviously sounds great, but it's going to be a minute before we can get there. But it is right now at about 9:10 p.m. Central Time, and we're told probably back on the field around 9:30 p.m. Central, with play resuming somewhere around 9:45 tonight. So we're just glad for the opportunity to try to get this one in and not have to come back, because the last thing you want to do is see this one wrap up on a Saturday going into a short week as it would become when you have a 15-hour round trip to Akron, Ohio next week.
Absolutely.
So that's the last thing that anybody wants.
Oh, yeah.
I know that. But I can't ask this too many times, so I'll ask again. What were your thoughts on the first half?
Yeah, sorry, I was just trying to listen to the walkie-talkie
over
here. But, I mean, thoughts on the first half is, offense is playing well, and the defense, I think, is playing better, And, they're bending, not breaking. You've had a few explosive plays here or there, but there hasn't been very many mistakes. In weeks 1, 2, and 3, we had quite a few mistakes, missed coverages, penalties, and things of that nature. But we've kind of cleaned those up, especially in the first half. Knock on wood, obviously. But we've cleaned those up, especially in the first half.
And checking in with another Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard, Sesterville Waltonville 4-0 with a 32-0 win over Carmi White County. So the Red Devils stay undefeated in diamond play tonight with a big win at home. So that's a good start to the season for them. We know the Centralia Orphans are going to come home a winner from Granite City. They were up big. Actually, it's already over. 49-6 over Granite City. That is the Orphan win tonight. DuQuoin ends up knocking off the Benton Rangers 21-10. Again, we told you that SVW beat Carmi 32-0. After 3 quarters, looks like Columbia is leading Roxana 14-0. And so those are just some of the scores on this Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard update. We'll look to get you more. They must have had a delay, too. Chester and Sparta Steelville. It's 35-0 Yellow Jackets, and that is with 8 minutes left in the second. Quick update in the Southwestern. Edwardsville now leading O'Fallon 46-3 with about 10:23 to play. You're going to hear a lot of scores that are in the fourth quarter or finals as we roll through this one. Redbud leads Carlisle 33-14. That's in the fourth with about 9:53 left. Elsewhere, Triad stays undefeated. They beat Waterloo tonight 31-7. So how good is Triad this year?
Wow.
Nashville beats Anna Jonesboro 48-6 on the road. So a long drive will feel a little bit sweeter, up 127 tonight for the Nashville Hornets. Let's see what else. Well, this game's on the Section 618 app, but if we had Section 573, the Jackson Indians lead Farmington, Missouri 42-28. Those games on 104.7 The Bridge, one of our sister stations in southeast Missouri. South Central Conference, Gillespie beat Hillsboro tonight 21-7.
I love that name.
Oh, yeah.
The Bridge.
104.7 The Bridge. Not unlike the music you hear on WMIX AM 940 and 96.5 FM. Continuous light favorites. But let's see. There's more scores to be had. But there you go. Tony Wilt, your State Farm agent in Mount Vernon. Find him online, TonyWilt.com. Look for that white State Farm Jeep around town. That's all I've got on X so far at WMIX Sports. And again, Centralia beats Granite City 49-6. So Granite's still winless. Centralia going to come in, and, they're going to have playoff hopes coming in Week 8. And for the Rams, you start to identify, okay, if you would happen to get this road win tonight and get that 2-2 mark, you kind of got to put an X through next week because you don't know what's going to happen. I think you assume, but you don't take that stab yet. So, just pretend 2-2 with, instead of the 5 games left, 2-2 with 4 games left. And so you start to look at Granite City. Odds should favor you in that one.
Mm-hmm.
Cahokia, you kind of got to toss that one out the window.
Yeah.
You look at Alton Week 9, and odds should favor you there. You're at 4 wins, not knowing with those 2 games that are variables here. And you look at the Centralia Orphans as maybe a team you have to beat to get in. And, but that all starts with a win you have to get tonight.
Yeah, I think, you think a win tonight obviously puts you in the right direction, but Centralia and Cahokia, you're at Cahokia. They've been close games the past couple years. That's going to be a close game. Centralia's going to be a close game at home. Homecoming night, players usually get up for that game, and especially against the Orphans, that homecoming game. So, I think you get a win here, you're on the right track. You don't look at Ohio really that in-depth because you don't know what they are. You don't know. You don't play them every year, obviously. And so we will see. I mean, go to Ohio, and then you're favored in 2 out of the 4 games left.
Yeah. And that's, and with Cahokia, you don't know. You don't know. We've seen some thrilling wins in Cahokia where the Rams were the dogs, and we've seen some agonizing defeats in Cahokia where the Rams were the favorites. So I think it's when you go in there, you don't know, and even when they come to Mount Vernon, you just don't know, as anything can happen on any given night with the Rams and the Comanches. So, a bit of a flip script. I forgot that Cahokia is no longer Week 7 after about 30 years, but Week 6 now with this newest schedule alignment that we have, and so that'll be a week earlier on October the 4th, and that game will be on 94.1 FM. And we'll also have streaming video, as we understand, from the Hoke that night. They're going to let us stream video, so we're happy to report that. The only game where we are not allowed to stream this year is Archbishop Hoban in Akron, Ohio. So, we do have that to contend with. But be that as it may, can't do it everywhere. And sometimes it depends on cell data. Can't, they were very amenable to us tonight and very pleased and thankful for the hospitality as far as the internet's concerned, and unfortunately unable to use it, but it was provided here tonight, which we genuinely and sincerely appreciate. We appreciate all the hospitality. They have a nice spread up here and a refrigerator with drinks in it for everybody, which is very kind and very appreciated. And you don't always see this kind of hospitality on the road wherever you go. So that's where we are tonight. And you think about Archbishop Hoban next week. Hoban, I kind of go back and forth because I've heard 3 different pronunciations, and I've only used 2. But you think about the thrill that should be for this team. They are getting a hotel stay. They're getting to go see the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And, my very first year of doing Rams football, we talked about this earlier, was the first trip to Ohio. And when that happened, they played with our University High School in Cincinnati, and I'm kind of listening to the PA as well to hear some of the announcements. But stayed at a Baymont Inn in Erlanger, Kentucky, because I was so jacked to be able to stay where the team stayed. And that was a night. Got to pick the brain of Dan Mings and learn a lot more about him, because here's his 24-year-old. People don't realize at the time is from Mount Vernon, doing the games, and got to learn a lot. And so you look forward to those kind of trips and the bonding that you see the kids get to do. And hotel stays for Grays Lake Central in 2010 and Geneseo, I think, in 2009 and things like that. And they were a lot of fun. And then you start to find success wasn't as much, and so teams want to play you again locally. And so some of those hotel trips start to go away, 11, 12, 13. You start to find a little bit more local opponents. And, and I think 13, 14, maybe 15, 16, you get your rear ends kicked by Rochester week 1 for a while, or maybe it was 11, 12. I don't remember, but then Taylorville, and Taylorville's coming out of the CS8 and going into the Apollo, and so, but they still had that CS8 mindset the first couple of years. They spanked us unexpectedly, and you think about stuff like that, but the schedule didn't a lot for some of that, but I'm going to be kind of wondering how the team comes out of that Ohio trip, because sure, there's the opportunity for a lot of negatives on a trip like that, but there is sure as heck a lot of opportunity for some positives in that trip. And with a motivator and team builder like Dan, I feel pretty good about how the Rams are going to come out of Ohio. May not come out of there with a W, I don't mean like that, but chemistry, team building, and things of that nature. So there we are. Looks like the teams are going to come out on the field about 10 minutes early. We'll get you an update as far as when they will resume play. It could be sooner than expected. We're capable of filling time here. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll come back on this extended Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Do you have a check that needs deposited and don't have time to make a trip to the bank? No problem. With Mobile Deposit at People's National Bank, just snap a picture of the check with your smartphone, and with a couple of clicks, it's deposited into your account. Depositing a check with a PNB To-Go mobile banking app is just that easy. Just tap, snap, and deposit. Plus, it's free. Download the PNB To-Go mobile banking app today to get started. People's National Bank. We make banking easy. Member FDIC. Wireless or service fees may apply.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm thick-cut bacon sizzling on your stove. And while you were over there smearing your bagel, this little piggy went on a splatter spree. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, you'll be crying wee, wee, wee over this fire in your home. So get Allstate.
Contact your local Allstate agent, Paul Shields, today to see how you can save.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Adventure awaits with the 2024 Toyota RAV4. Hi, this is Tony Reeves at Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon. We've got 5 in stock and more on the way, whether you're looking for a gas model or a fuel-efficient hybrid. Right now, get 4.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on gas models or 5.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on hybrids. Visit Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon today to lock in your special APR, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
Landers Towing and Collision Center of Mount Vernon and Salem is a growing company. We're growing because we have a great team and are equipped to handle any job. Modern-day vehicles need more attention to detail. Items such as self-driving and collision avoidance capabilities are more common on today's vehicles. At Landers Collision Center, we have a group of individuals who are committed to delivering exceptional service and innovative solutions to our clients. Call us at 1-888-LANDERS or stop by one of our locations in Mount Vernon or Salem.
Coming to the Marion Civic Center Friday night, October the 11th. Multi-platinum recording artist Lori Morgan. Get your Lori Morgan tickets tickets at MarionCCC.com.
Except for Monday, which was never good anyway.
Lori Morgan.
If you think I won't go, watch me.
For tickets, call 618-997-4030 or go to MarionCCC.com.
What part of no don't you understand?
Lori Morgan at the Marion Civic Center, October the 11th.
You've got 5 minutes. Tell me what I needed to be.
Lori Morgan.
No one didn't know my own Saturday.
Friday night, October the 11th. Lori Morgan.
I'm looking for something in red.
Tickets on sale now at MarionCCC.com.
Back to the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois broadcast booth. This is Mount Vernon Rams football on WMIX.
Back on the Mount Vernon Quick Loop halftime show, AM 940, 96.5 FM, and the WMIX Sports YouTube, where the Mount Vernon Rams set to resume play eventually against the Collinsville Kahoks. The Rams on top 28-15. We're at halftime, and hope for play to resume real soon so we can all get out of here. I mean, right now that's the end game. The end game for the Rams is to get a win and go home, and hopefully that still be on Friday night as opposed to the wee hours of Saturday. So, all in all, though, I mean, first half was a successful one. We've talked about the scoring drives multiple times. If you've just rejoined us, the scoring drives in the first quarter, the Rams got it started after a nice defensive stand on the opening drive by Collinsville. 4:08 mark, it was Isaiah Jefferson on a 4-yard touchdown run with a Truman Carnine kick. 7-0 the Ram lead. Then with just 37.9 seconds left in the first, Rome Richardson punches one in from 7 yards out and then follows up with a 2-point conversion to give the Kahoks an 8-7 lead. Just 11.5 seconds later, Ja'Shawn Staples from 67 yards, followed by a Truman Carnine kick to give the Rams a 14-8 lead right back. And then opening up the second quarter was Devin Habermel with a 24-yard touchdown reception. The kick was good, 15-14, Collinsville. It's been all Rams since. It's 9:07 mark. Marlon Price, an 80-yard touchdown reception with a Carnine kick, 21-15. And then after a couple of back-and-forth drives with 22.6 seconds left, halfback pass, nice pass to the sideline from Mays, then finds Zay Nesbitt. Nesbitt then connects with David Barnes for 75 yards and a Carnine kick. Made it 28-15. And, of course, Tyler, because we have to get people caught up, we need to run down the stats. And one more time, sponsored by Michael Croce and Edward Jones.
So the quarterback Reynolds rushing at 105 yards rushing. Running back Richardson had 5 yards rushing. Running back Neighbors had 64 yards rushing. And Rogers Parrott had 21 yards rushing. Quarterback had 54 yards rushing, was 5 for 8 for a 63% completion percentage. Habermel had a 24-yard touchdown. Rogers Parrott had 30 yards rushing, and Frazier had 3 yards rushing. And for the Mount Vernon Rams, leading the team in rushing, Ja'Shawn Staples led the team in rushing, 95 yards and a touchdown. Jefferson, net 0 yards, but with a 4-yard touchdown. Mays had 6 yards. Marlon Price had 4 yards rushing. Malachi Mays finished the half with 107 yards passing and a touchdown. Nesbitt finished with 75 yards passing and a touchdown. Barnes leading the way with 102 receiving yards and a touchdown. And Marlon Price with an 80-yard touchdown as well.
There we go. Those scoring and stats presented by Michael Croce and your Edward Jones financial advisor in Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon Quick Loop, 20th and Broadway in Mount Vernon. We welcome Mike and Sarah Leeds to the community. Their new location in Mount Vernon, also in Carterville and Christopher. We are restarting now ahead of schedule. We'll take it. Rams will start with the football, Tyler Williams, and need to do something with it, assuming no trickery on the kickoff here to open the second half.
No, for sure. No trickery. Just get the ball here. You know, it's going to be hard to come out of the locker room after, an hour and 45-minute delay or whatever it was. But, you know, you got to face some adversity here. It's a good test. Get out, start off on the ground running. You know, I wouldn't mind to see a little quick passes here to get Mays back into a rhythm and, you know, get this game going a little bit.
Amen to that.
Wouldn't mind to run the ball either. Get that clock down a little bit, too.
No kidding. Oh, boy. Just getting out a tweet to let everybody know we back.
We're back.
Awaiting the kickoff here. Let's see if I can update, add some more time to that replay clock here. Yeah, I can. We're going to go a full 15 seconds, see what that gets us. All right. Gary Glitter, some might frown upon that in this environment given his past, but it's still a stadium anthem with Rock and Roll Part 2. 28-15 is your score as we have Collinsville, purple-clad, white trim on to kick off. The Rams in their away whites have J. Strawn Staples at about the 9. As after forever and a day, we will have high school football again tonight. Longest halftime show ever, and we're thankful for Mount Vernon Quick Lube and all of our sponsors as we start the second half as we await this crucial Collinsville kick. Okay, still not coming. Any day now. There we go. There's that whistle. There's that tweet of the Fox 40. And away goes the kickoff, end over end to the near side. At about the 10, there's Staples, 15. Now to the 20, still on his feet. To the 30, tripped up. He'll roll to the 32-yard line where the Rams will have it 1st and 10. And by God, we're back to football.
We're back. We're back. Friday Night Lights is never better. Longest halftime show of all time. But, I mean, I think we might have beat some Super Bowl halftime shows there by a lot. By a lot.
We'll get you some updates. We can tell you on the Section 618 app, Monday at 6:30 will be Hamco and Edwards County. The Foxes were on top 19-0. They've suspended that one. They've also suspended Breeze Central Freeburg until tomorrow with Breeze Central on top 14-zip in the second. 11:53 left here. It's 1st and 10 for the Rams, leading 28-15. We're in the third quarter. A couple guys in motion. 1st and 10 from their own 32 after the Staples kickoff return. Mays is out of the shotgun. This Morales coming near side. No, that's Staples, and he held on to the football as he plunges forward to the near sideline. 3 on the play unofficially to the 35. It'll be 2nd and 7. Appreciate RJ for some of the content. I was struggling to get a couple of those scores. Murphy did beat Massac 56-2. Ooh, that game on the Section 618 app. It did happen. 2nd and 7 now for the Rams. All the action tonight is presented by People's National Bank, peoplesnationalbank.com. PNB, member FDIC, equal housing lender. 11-17 remains in the third quarter. 28-15 is the Ram lead. Barnes will be split out to the left. Left slot now for Price with Jack Kessler in motion. Tight right. And out of the gun, fake handoff. Ooh, complete into the flat. MP4 at the 40, 45 midfield, 45, 40, 35, 30 on his feet and on his horse. Steps out of bounds, and wisely so, at about the 25. That's 40, I think. Well, if you do have Marlon Price on your high school fantasy team, he's now got 2 grabs worth 2 points, and then 120 combined yards for 12 points and a touchdown for 6. So he's having a good night.
Yeah, receivers are really showing out today.
Looking for that Walgreens Distribution Center first score and what the Rams hope will be an SI Tile and Carpet Supply touchdown. 10:55 left in the third. Clock stopped. He stepped out of bounds. 25-yard line is the spot of the football in Collinsville territory. It's on the far hash. Rams talking it over in their huddle. Again, hiccup time. Let's see. Barnes to the right side this time. And it'll be Staples to the right of the quarterback. Mays out of the gun. And it's Malachi right up the middle. Had a huge gap inside the 15, down to the 10. Gain of 15 for Mays, and if that was an option play, he made the right decision.
No, absolutely. That read option there, reading that defensive end, seeing that hole, and just going right through it with his quickness and speed.
Unreal. Casaraya's menu has a wide variety of flavorful options, from traditional ribeye to sizzling fajitas. Have an unforgettable experience at Casaraya, 3106 Broadway. Probably a little late for tonight.
Yeah.
1st and goal for the Rams from the 10. 28-15 Ram lead. 10-11 left in this third quarter. Out of the gun, Malachi Mays. In motion will be Price behind the backs. And right up the middle, Jay Sean into the end zone for the score. 10-yard scamper. Jay Sean Staples for 6. Not bad.
Not bad. Not a bad drive.
Skipper.
You would have never thought they had an hour and 45-minute delay.
No, sir.
How they came out.
His second touchdown of the night. This one a little closer than 67 yards.
Yeah, a little bit closer, about 10 yards. But, saw that hole, just went right through it and kind of skipped into the end zone.
And some 4-star kicker named Truman Carnine going to attempt the PAT. Try to make it a 20-point lead.
Oh my
boy.
Gosh.
That would have been good from a heck of a lot further. 35-15 King City. So the Vernoy with a 20-point cushion now here in Collinsville.
Yeah, just playing unbelievable on offense today so far. Pretty efficient for the offense today. Have they had any 3 and outs at all? They haven't punted. They tried to, but they had the penalty.
Yeah, I was going to say there was one punt, but there was a flag on a roughing the kicker, and ended up as a first down for the Rams.
It ended up as a touchdown.
Quick sponsor shout-outs for the Rams: Bean Insurance, Heritage Woods of Mount Vernon, Joe's Pizza and Pasta. We appreciate all of you on the broadcast. 10 minutes left in the third. 35-15 the Ram lead after that great drive by the Ram offense.
Oh, great drive. Efficient drive. But, yeah, let's see if the defense can keep doing what they're doing, stopping this Collinsville offense here and get the offense back on the field.
I think you start to feel pretty good if your defense gets a stop here.
Yeah, I think you do. Yeah, I just was going to agree with you. You want to keep your defense off the field as long as possible.
I was going to say I don't see as many. I keep wanting to say triad as many Collinsville guys playing both ways, but for the Rams, that was actually a nice break.
Yes,
and it showed in their energy there as we await the Car-9 kickoff here to the Kahoks, and there it is, a boomer back toward the end zone. And it'll be picked up at about the 2. Run is going to come right up the middle, now coming to the near side. I do not have numbers on the returner to about the 30. That was
Loyal Patterson. Yeah.
When in doubt, Loyal Patterson.
Yeah, he stays loyal to those kickoff returns.
Well, if you've ever been injured, call Hannigan and McGovern at 618-241-9251. Experience you can count on, a reputation you can trust. 35-15 score, 9:53 left in the third. It's Collinsville football. They trail by 20 here on their home turf. We're at Kahoks Stadium on the campus of Collinsville High School, and out of the gun will work number 1, Chase Reynolds, the future Saluki next year. He's connected with the future Husky of NIU Wants, Devin Habermal. Low snap again, dropped. Reynolds recovers, picks it up off of the ground, coming to the near side, 35, 36, toe steps out of bounds, 37-ish. Gain of 6. There we go. There's the stat sheet for
I did the same thing
for purple. They're going to give them 7 or 8. Jeez, nice spot. 2nd and 2 now for the Kahoks, trying to get downfield. They're at about the 38. Looking downfield, Reynolds. That could be PI. But no flag, as that ended up decent coverage by the Rams as they were looking down the left sideline. Ellis will get the stop defensively. And it'll be an incomplete pass. It'll be 3rd and 2 now for the Kahoks, 9:41. So a 94.1 left here in the third quarter. That's where we'll be on Friday, October the 4th from the Hoke as the Rams are back on 94.1 FM. But it's 35-15 Mount Vernon now. Again, that's 9 minutes, 41 seconds left in the third. 3rd and 2 after the pass falls incomplete, and out of the gun, single back working. Here is Chase Reynolds. Target left is Patterson, 2 to the right, 1 in the slot. And now he's going to read and keep and get a first down as he'll lean forward on the near hash to the 45 for a gain of 6.
Yeah, he's good at getting those reads, being patient for the offensive line to set those blocks for him, and just run at the middle, get that first down, and keep the Collinsville drive going.
9:35 left here in the third. So from the 45-yard line, it's 1st and 10 for the Kahoks. Out of the gun, trips right. Handoff left, fumbled football, and falling with it is the ball carrier, Neighbors, who might get a loss of 1, maybe 2 on the play, but recovers the fumble. And if you're in one of the leagues like I am, that's -2, even though he recovered it.
Yeah.
I've been arguing for a change for 3 years, but thankfully for him, there's no such thing as a high school fantasy football league. There
Thankfully.
should be. 2nd and 11 here. Ball on their own 44-yard line after the loss of 1 by Neighbors. Out of the gun. Fake handoff. Out of play action. Rolling to the right side. Looking to dump one off. And almost picked off. Zay Nesbitt, I think, sniffed that one out and almost had it going the other way. But I think he might have been looking upfield instead of looking it into his hands.
Yeah, I'm sure you heard me have a reaction there, but sorry about that. But, I mean, he had it right, hit him right in the hands. I think you're right, just seeing the green grass in front of him, because I don't think anybody was stopping it if he would have caught that.
No, he had the great read. That pass was telegraphed, and that was just good coverage by Zay Nesbitt. 3rd and 11 now. Clock stops at 8:47 on the incomplete pass. Ball on the Collinsville 44-yard line. Moving right to left as you listen on the radio. If you're watching us, you didn't need that description. Out of the gun here. Single back, looking right. Into the backfield, pass complete. Runner down, knees went down. Doesn't matter that he wasn't touched. And that'll be a completed pass for a loss, and that'll bring up 4th down. That's going to be a loss of about 3.
Who was that pass to? I'm sorry.
I think it was 0. I don't want to penalize him if not necessary, but that'll bring up 4th and 14 now for the Kahoks. 8:20 left in the third quarter, 35-15 the Ram advantage here on the road on this Friday night. And, of course, they sense the need to go for it here on 4th and 14. See if they can burn the Rams' secondary. Out of the gun, single back, 4th and 14. Looking downfield, rolling to the right side. And that one is going to fall incomplete as they were looking for the future Husky, Habermel. And it'll be a turnover on downs and a big defensive stand. And we told you about that. If the Rams can get a defensive stop here, they'd be in great position, especially if they could march back downfield.
Oh, absolutely.
And from the Collinsville 41, that's a gift.
Yeah, I mean, that's good field position. That was good defense. I didn't see the Mount Vernon defender on Habermel, but great defense. Not bigger guy, physical guy, trying to box him out and not giving too much contact to get that PI call.
Without a doubt. 1st and 10 now for the Rams. Ball in the Collinsville 41. Looking for another SI Tile and Carpet Supply touchdown. They already had the Walgreens first score of the quarter. As you're watching live, thanks to Paul Shields, your Mount Vernon Allstate agent, 2100 Broadway in Mount Vernon. Call Paul for a quote on Monday. He'll be happy to quote you. Bobbled snap and a handoff clean. That's going to get up the middle inside the 35, down to about the 33. So something out of nothing there on what could have easily been a turnover. Ends up being 6, 7, maybe 8 yards.
I think it was that read option, and Mays was kind of hesitating between pulling it and giving it to Staples, but I think he made the right decision, and Staples getting an 8-yard gain out of it.
9 yards, 2nd and 1 now. Ball on the 32, 7:35 left here in the third. 35-15 your Ram lead for those of you listening to us on WMIX. 20-point lead for the Rams, looking to add to it here on 2nd and short. They will send 3 to the left. Kessler tight left side. The back with Mays will be Staples. Price left slot. Barnes. Ooh, switcheroos. They'll go tight right with a wing back. 7:10 left. Nice handoff up the middle. Just getting up and down. Uh-oh, sneaking through. Inside the 25, rolling to about the 23-yard line. About an 11-yard gain for Jay Sean Staples.
And he just keeps those legs moving. He's got great balance. Great balance, getting hit, back and forth, inside, and staying on his feet long enough to get that 11-yard gain.
For a guy named Staples, he runs more like a staple remover. Just gobbling up them yards.
Yeah, I mean, just tearing it up.
6:50 left in the third. 20-point advantage for the Rams here on the road. Probably the most complete effort of the season so far. Out of the gun now for Malachi Mays. Single back set. Switching sides now is Staples. And, where are we going to go? Oh, to the outside. That's where Staples is going to go. Bounces off the defender. There's a flag as he'll look for the far corner of the end zone. He's in. What's this flag? What's this laundry? Is it going to prevent 6?
I think so.
Right now, 35-15 and a couple of flags apparently. I thought I saw a Mount Vernon hold, but I don't want to assume. That's probably going to bring it. Yep. It's going to bring a touchdown off of the board, but that touchdown wasn't going to happen without that hold either.
No, for sure. Yeah, I mean, 10 yards back. Still got time to get in the end zone. I mean, there's 6 minutes left in the third quarter.
We're on the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth. Ortho Express services are here for recent injuries. A recent injury is an injury or pain that has occurred in the last 2 weeks. such as the pain of my voice over that extended halftime. 35-15, Rams by 20, 6:22 remains, third quarter. First and 20 now. Ball all the way back at the Collinsville 32-yard line. Out of the gun for Mays. They're trying to sneak. Off of the edge they'll come. Blitz heavy. Mays will get to the 30-yard line as now he'll be somersaulted toward the 26. We'll see where the spot is. Could have been a run of 6 for Malachi.
That's a good run. Had those wide receivers out there blocking for him. Just a great run by Mays.
Walgreens Distribution Center looking to hire full-time, part-time, build your own schedule, even salaried positions. Walgreens is an equal opportunity employer and welcomes individuals with diverse talents and backgrounds. Been a pretty diverse game so far. 35-15, through the air, through tricks, on the ground. The Rams have gotten points.
Oh, yeah.
Up 20 here. Barnes split left slot for MP4. Back is Staples with Morales in motion. And this is going to be to try to open something up here for Malachi. He'll run inside the 25. I think he got to the 24 for a gain of 2, which will bring up 3rd and 12. We'll see where they spot the football.
Yeah. I think you might see a Truman Carnine kick here.
Oh, boy. We might. 3rd and 12. Ball's on the 24-yard line. (35-15) Rams by 20. 4:40 left. We are in quarter number 3. 3rd and 12 here. Mays the QB. Ball on the near hash. Out of the gun. Ooh, rolling left side. Is he going to look downfield? Over the top. Through the slot. There it goes. MP4 again. 24-yard to pay dirt. And Malachi Mays gets it done through the air again.
Just rolling out left. Hits him in between the numbers and the hash mark there on the far side. And just a great throw, great catch, great route by Price to get open and get some separation there.
There's that toss again and got it right through. What a play for the Rams. Here comes the kick. Kick up. Kick, to me, looks good.
Yeah, it looks good.
I mean, I don't really know how to make the kick any more interesting because Carnine is that good.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I want to write extra point good on my stat sheet, but I don't do it until it actually goes through. It's a superstition of mine that I don't do it because one time I'll do it, he'll miss it.
Correct. That's exactly what happened. That's how Hank Evans jinxed Colin McClure out of a free throw one time. 42-15. The Rams lead is 27. 4:26 left in the third quarter, and this is exactly what you need if you're the Mount Vernon Rams.
Yes, for sure.
42-15. And thus far for the Mount Vernon Rams, it is 28 unanswered points because it was 15-14.
Yeah, they've kind of – defense has really stepped up here after that last touchdown by the Kahoks.
I don't even remember doing like a 2-hour halftime. The action's been so hurried and productive here in the third. 4:26 left. There's the kickoff from Carnine. I think that one is going to get into the end zone. Touchback, baby, at the 20, 1st and 10. No room for Loyal Patterson to do anything.
Yeah, what was that, 3 or 4 touchbacks so far? I mean, He's got the leg to get it there for sure. There's a song you'd hear on 94.1.
You betcha. 42-15, the Ram lead. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Kahoks from their own 20-yard line. Appreciative of People's National Bank for their presenting sponsorship of Ram Athletics here on your radio. PeoplesNationalBank.com, a FDIC equal housing lender. Here's a carry to the near side. That's going to be a big run to the 25, near to the 30, as they were coming near side. for Neighbors again, and he might have gotten all of it. We'll see the spot. Nope, they're going to dial it second down, so just a gain of 9. Not bad.
Not bad.
So 2nd and 1 now for the Kahoks from their own 29. Out of the gun, single back. 2 left, 1 right. And this is going to be Neighbors again getting the carry, and he'll get a little bit, but that's really all they need.
Yeah, just to get the first down. It looks like I got about 3.
I think Thomas and Staples in on the defense. Good to have Dontrell Black in on the broadcast. We name-dropped him a couple of times during the extensive lightning delay. I think he wore number 7, too. Or 5. Too many sports.
Yeah.
As here comes a carry up the middle. And along that hash, 7 might have been football, 5 might have been basketball. As that one will be 11-yard gain for Neighbors up that left hash. Good run.
Yeah, they're playing hurry-up offense here now.
They have to with 3:33 left in the third quarter, 42-15 Rams. Out of the gun. Oh, off a little screen run there to the right. Good play by Reynolds as he'll be shy midfield and run out of bounds for his life at about the 49. Reynolds, the future Saluki, will get a gain of 5. And if you're having any games at home regarding words I say, I hope that you've added future Saluki to the mix. You might no longer be thirsty. 3:20 left. We are in the third. 44-yard line, or excuse me, 48-yard line. Out of the gun here, looking to the left. That was going to be overthrown, but unable for the secondary to get there, as that was actually good coverage. I was paying attention to the Noah Ellis coverage here on the left sideline, thinking that's where the ball was coming.
Yeah, I was looking at the quarterback and saw the ball, saw Jayshon Staples screaming over the field, jumped up, out of reach, though.
3:16 left. We are in the third. It's 3rd and 6 now for the Kahoks. 2-1 on the year. Their only loss was to Belleville East to open the season. Since then, they've beaten Carbondale and Centralia. The Orphans got a nice win over Granite City tonight. Carbondale was trailing Cahokia at last check. Out of the gun for Chase Reynolds. As Richardson will get the carry. Rome Richardson will go off tackle to the right. He'll get about 3 on the play. It'll be 4th and 3. And this Ram defense has come to play after a nice rest at halftime.
Absolutely. Get a rest, and honestly, you play well. If the defense plays well throughout the whole game, you get some confidence going in and making that long trip to Ohio.
I think there's been some misnomers about this defense. They've just made mistakes like penalties.
Absolutely.
And if they can keep those under their belt. Uh-oh. Thought there was one coming here, but that's a timeout.
No, the timeout.
Timeout's presented by SSM Health, Good Samaritan Hospital in Mount Vernon, and Coach not happy on this near sideline about his Kahoks. With direct access to SLU Care and Cardinal Glennon, SSM Health provides a large network of comprehensive care. The Rams hoping to get a comprehensive stop. 2:43 left. We're in the third. 42-15. Good guys. 4th and 2 coming up here for the Kahoks. Ball is on their own 48. They have to, on the Mount Vernon 48. They have to get past the Ram 46.
Yeah, I just got about 2 yards here. Thing is, you're down by so much. Do you want to run it? You have to get the first down, but then do you want to keep the clock moving? You know what I mean? It's kind of, you're playing with, you're playing against time here. Do you want to pass the ball? It stops the clock, but here you have to have the first down to keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're down 27 now with 28 unanswered points. And so obviously going for it here late in the third with 2:43 remaining here in this third quarter of play. Glad to have those of you with us online, WMIX Sports on YouTube. We're not in the window yet to identify ourselves on the radio, but we're glad to have you. Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside, Jeff Crow with us in the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth. Shauna Pugh back at the Mount Vernon studio. There is the snap on 4th and 2, and that's a run right up the middle for first down yardage. All the way to the 40 and maybe to the 39. They're going to step it off to the 38 for a gain of 9. So Rome Richardson, who has a touchdown already tonight, gets a 9-yard first down run. And 2:36 left in the third as the clock pauses for the chains to move. And it's 1st and 10 time for Collinsville. Chase Reynolds out of the gun. Back to his right. That's Richardson. He's looking downfield. That throw is going to be out of the reach of Habermel.
Yeah, that's just good defense. Tracking with him. Ball is a little bit outside of his reach, but that was just good defense either way by that corner.
2nd and 10 now. Clock stops at 2:24 remaining here in the third. 42-15. Rams on top here in their first road game of 2024. Their 2 losses this season, both 1 possession each. 35-28 to Waterloo and 37-34 to Marion. Both were winnable games. So we'll see if they can hang on here tonight. Out of the gun, 1 back, 2 left, 1 right now for the Kahoks. Hand off to Richardson. Little change of pace here, and he will get a couple yards before getting wrapped up by Rose outside of the hash. So he got down to about the 36, gain of 3. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Yeah, it's a good tackle there. Not letting him break any tackles. And
so on 3rd and 8 from the 37, still out of the gun, obviously. Twins right, looking right side. And that one is going to be complete and running right into the first down marker. That's going to be about 8 yards. So Richardson actually gets the grab on that one.
Just riding the horse.
They're going to give him a first down, a gain of about 9.
Ooh, all right.
So it'll be 1st and 10 now for the Kahoks. 1:52 left here in the third. 42-15, the Ram lead.
Looks like a chain gang guy down.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
No, yeah, that's just
first down marker guy, especially. Not that not that a chain gang member is more valuable than the other.
You go.
But you know, you hate to see it no matter what. We've seen it happen at Mount Vernon. We saw it happen in an NFL game the other night.
Yep.
It happens. Oh, nope, it's going to be 4th and short. My apologies. So on 4th down and short, Richardson to carry. No doubt our first down as he'll get the necessary 3-4 yards all the way down to the 25-yard line. So he gets 5 on that one.
Carries 3 Rams across the marker for a Collinsville first down.
Minute 37 remains, third quarter, 42-15. Rams on top. That's right, it's a 27-point advantage. But the Kahoks threatening here and looking to move the football for an SI Talent Carpet Supply touchdown. Quick pass maybe to the right. Nope, running to the left side and out to Patterson in the flat. Oh, he's inside the 15, down to about the 12. That'll be a 13-yard pass to Loyal Patterson. And that was something out of nothing. That was a broken play that developed with 1:16 left.
Yeah, I mean, that's just – you have it all defended, and then, you know, a guy just makes a play.
1st and 10 now from the 12. They can get a first down without a score. Minute 9 remains in the third. Uh-oh, there's Neighbors, and he will get to the 10 on a nice off-tackle run to the right. And it looks like a gain of 2.
Talon Neighbors with the carry for 2 yards.
So Talon Neighbors clawed his way for a couple. 2nd and 8 now with less than a minute to play in the third quarter if you just tuned in. After a long delay, it is 42-15. Rams lead Collinsville. Out of the gun, Chase Reynolds. His back is Neighbors to the left. Patterson and Reynolds left side. And it's going to be a quick handoff to Talon Neighbors, and he'll spin and look and spin again. It gets it in the end zone. Wowzer. That is going to be a 9-yard score for Talon Neighbors. And that gets Collinsville back on the board for the first time in a while.
Yeah, I mean, just good running by him, spinning off tackles, you know, missing, avoiding tackles and get it in for the score.
42-21 for now with the point after pending here for the Kahoks. Reynolds will kick, not Chase. Matt. High snap, and the Rams are almost block it, and Reynolds is going to try to run it in, and he'll be tackled, and that'll be no good. PAT fails.
Yeah, I think it was blocked, and then I don't even know what happened there. That was weird.
I would have thought it was dead at that point because I thought I saw ball touch ground on the ground with player on it, but it did not. And here we are. We'll continue. 31.7 seconds left, third quarter, 42-21 Rams after they give up the score. Remind you, all the action tonight is presented by People's National Bank. Make the switch to PNB for reliable, customer-focused banking. Explore their services and find out how they can support your financial journey at peoplesnationalbank.com. They call it the window, we told you earlier, to identify ourselves. WMIX, Mount Vernon, W243AVFM, Mount Vernon. Free services from Withers Broadcasting. That's just legalese for AM 940, 96.5 FM, WMIX. Rams doubling up the Kahoks here, 42-21, 31.7 seconds to go. Left. Although I didn't think in football they really had the tenths of a second. But I've been fighting that for years. Onside kick will not go far enough. There's a flag. Ran into it after about 5 yards and can't do that.
Cannot do that.
So, got to be prepared for that now.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's going to happen almost every time if they score. Are they doing it again?
Yeah. Looks that way.
Flag of the play, we're going to re-kick.
Well, try it again.
Yeah. 31 seconds left, 42-21. Try it again. That time, it went the necessary distance, and it looked like it was recovered by Collinsville. Rams were just caught napping. Not prepared whatsoever, not ready, and Collinsville recovers. And that's not what you want to see if you're the Rams.
No. You know it's coming. You just got to get the ball. Catch the ball. That's all you got. I mean, I hate to say that's all you got to do, but, I mean, go after the ball and get the ball in your hands and lay on it. There's a flag here. That's what I'm hearing in the booth. I didn't see it down.
Yeah. So 29 seconds left, 42-21 score. For all intents and purposes, it would look like they recovered the football. I don't know. I heard something about a flag. I never saw any. So,
Coach Mings is not liking something.
Ball is on the Mount Vernon 46 for the Kahoks. 42-21 score, and the Rams just made a mistake.
Coach
a little too
Mings
passive on the Hams team on that one.
Coach Mings is still out there talking to the officials.
Trying to plead his case on what he felt should have happened.
He's really animated out there.
(42-21). Ram lead. Collinsville with the football after recovering an onside kick, as controversial as it may seem. On the 46-yard line in Ram territory, far hash spot out of the gun. Chase Reynolds, the future dog, looks down. Fade pass, far sideline, and almost picked off by Marlon Price. And we're going to have a flag, and I have a bad feeling this is going to be DPI. It is going to be on the offense. Okay.
I was about to say, I thought Marlon, he's facing the ball. I thought he was playing pretty good defense, but hey, what do I know?
Well, I won't show the replay there because there's no need. And not that we're doing that to ever show anybody up, but I mean, it is nice for us to be able to look at it and see. They have the toughest job here.
Yeah, I mean, I have an instant reaction.
That's bang, bang.
Yeah, I mean, I have an instant reaction from what I see, and then I look at the video, I'm like, oh, never mind, I was wrong.
Yeah, it happens to me all the time. So that'll go all the way back to their own 39-yard line, where it'll be 1st and 25 for the Kahoks. 23 seconds left in the third. It's 42-21 Rams. Kahoks will send Patterson to the left. Reynolds left slot. The guide split to the right. And now on a low snap again, rolling to the left side, looking to pass over the top, and that one's going to be out of the reach. Out of the reach of Havermat. Or nope, that was, pardon me, Rogers Parrott.
Yeah, I mean, that was
2nd and 25.
Yeah, that was pretty good route by him. Just a little bit overthrown. If he catches that, that's off to the races.
Yeah. He's just missed a few times. Just missed. 16 seconds left in the third. 42-21 Rams doubling up Collinsville to be 2nd and 25 from the Collinsville 39. Back is to the left of the quarterback Chase Reynolds. Out of the gun. 2 left, 1 right are his targets. And now this one is going to be complete. Out of the slot to Matt Reynolds at about the 39. They may go to the 40. If so, it's a gain of 1. And that's going to be the end of the third quarter more than likely, as the Ram, who has the football, gets up. So we're at the end of 3 here in Collinsville. It'll be 3rd and 25 after the no gain on the pass. So there we go. After 3, the Mount Vernon Rams 42, Collinsville Kahoks 21. We'll head to the 4th here in Collinsville. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Ready to purchase the home of your dreams? People's National Bank is here to help you reach that dream. With a wide variety of mortgage loan products available, we have the best option for you, including 100% financing, low down payments, and down payment assistance programs. Whatever your needs are, we have you covered. Hi, this is Farah Decker, mortgage originator with People's National Bank in Mount Vernon. Give me a call or apply online today to get started. People's National Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois welcomes Dr. Anthony Garino, a pain management physician specializing in all procedures of the spine. For over 25 years, Dr. Garino has helped thousands of patients live a higher quality of life through cutting-edge treatment and his personalized approach to pain management. Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois is changing the face of back and neck care. To schedule an appointment with Dr. Garino, call the Orthopedic Center of Southern Illinois at 618-242-3778 or visit them online at orthocenter-si.com.
This is Mount Vernon Rams football, powered by People's National Bank.
AM 940, 96.5 FM, and the Section 618 app tonight for your audio, or you're watching live on the WMIX Sports YouTube channel. 42-21, the Ram lead. It's 3rd and 25 for the Kahoks. They have the football starting the 4th. They just had a pass for no gain to end the quarter. Out of the gun, Reynolds as they move left to right. He's looking down right side, rolls back, throws to the right over the top, and that's going to be dropped. Dropped by Amari Rogers-Parrott, who, again, like many kids do, was looking upfield.
Yeah.
4th and 25.
I mean, just looking upfield, he's right there at midfield. You know, he catches that. I'm not saying he gets the first down, but he gets closer than they are now for sure.
So 6 seconds into the 4th, and it's 4th and 25 for the Kahoks, and down 21, 42-21 Rams. I would assume that they have to go for it.
Yeah.
On 4th and 25 from their own 39. Rogers-Parrott to the right side, right slot for Reynolds. Patterson to the left slot. The back is Neighbors out of the gun for Chase Reynolds. Their leading rusher, obviously their leading passer. Out of the gun, rolling to the right side. Takes a couple of steps, looking for the heave. Off-balance throw, and that'll be incomplete. They obviously want a defensive pass interference call, but that's a judgment call there. I could see that one going either way. It still would not be enough for a first down is the problem. But it would give him another 4th down. Or yeah, it would. No, I'm sorry, it would. It's a 15-yard penalty. But it's not automatic, I don't think. It doesn't matter because it falls incomplete.
I think it is. I think it is automatic.
I've argued that one for a long time because it's different in high school and then obviously college and pro. Be that as it may, it's been a long night. We had about a 2-hour halftime show for you here on WMIX. We kept it here with you. And so now 42-21 as the Rams take over on the TOD. Turnover on downs. 1st and 10 from the Collinsville 49. Chance to add to this lead. Out of the gun. Ooh, pass into the flat, complete. MP4. He's at the 40-35. Looking to cut back to the near side at the 30. Gets a nice block. 20, 15, 10. Push out of bounds at the 6. Maybe the 7, and that's going to be a gain of 33 through the air. And you better keep walking that football, my man. Pick it up, Marlon. It's okay. Hand it to him. Yeah, he stepped out about the 6 or 7, man. Good.
I think it's a good spot.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
We're on the other side of the 10.
Just ask us. 31-yard grab. Another big grab for Price. Good throw by Mays.
Yeah.
1st and goal from the 8 for the Rams. Threatening again. 11:30 left in the game. Regulation. We're in the 4th in Collinsville. 42-21 score. Out of the gun now for Mays. Hand off is Isaias, and he'll be swallowed up for a loss of a couple, maybe 3. So it'll be 2nd and goal now. Isaiah Jefferson.
You said in regulation. I'll tell you what, if we go to overtime, you might just have to meet me on the interstate. I'll be walking.
It has been a lengthy night that continues to get longer in the tooth. And for a guy that hasn't had a full meal today, I am starving, although I can miss some meals and be all right. Be all right. Won't be a problem. 2nd and goal from the 10 after the 2-yard loss. They've done a good job defensively on Jefferson tonight.
No, yeah, for sure.
I see Jefferson flanking the quarterback to the right. And now a chance to stretch the field and roll to the right side. Mays on his horse, far corner, touchdown, Malachi. 10-yard score for Malachi Mays, and that stretches this lead to 27.
Yeah, I mean, just going out to the right, have Jefferson being your leading blocker.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh.
This one might be coming back. This one could be coming back, y'all.
Where's the white cap at?
Flag is on Mount Vernon.
Well, apparently the hold happened at about the 12, so that's going to bring it back to the 22.
Jeez, I already wrote it in my stat sheet and everything.
We're going to be second and goal. No, they spotted at the 12. Maybe the hold was at the 2.
Holding. To be second down.
Well, that's not insurmountable.
No.
Second and goal from the 12-yard line. Did it once before, they can do it again.
Where's Marlon at for that bubble screen? Where's he at?
42-21 Rams. Second and goal from the 12. Out in the far hash spot, out of the gun. And this is going to be a fumble here for the Rams, and they lose the football. But there's a scrum there, and we'll see. We'll have to see who comes off the pile with it. And if you're Collinsville, I don't know how you didn't recover that.
Whoa.
How do you?
All righty.
Okay, they lost. I mean, they lost that football.
I mean, it was in their hand on the ground.
That's if the Rams score here, that's a big play there in the ball game. Because Collinsville should have had that turnover forced.
They should have.
Mast in the slot, Barnes split left. Mays out of the gun with the quarterback Jefferson, and we are going to have a timeout, Dan Ming, sponsored by SSM Health, Good Samaritan Hospital, advanced care close to home in the King City, and I like this timeout.
I like this timeout. Settle the guys down a little bit, and it's third down. Big play in the game here in the fourth quarter. After you almost lose a fumble, I think just settle the boys down a little bit. Get a good third down play called up here. I really like that bubble screen to Price. I really do. Price or Barnes, really, but that Price one, I really like that bubble screen, and hopefully takes it to the house.
So 9:53 left in regulation. It'll be third and goal from the 12-yard line. So fourth quarter action here from Kahoks Stadium, where the Mount Vernon Rams threatening again with a goal line stand. Third and goal from the 12. So 9:53 remaining. It's 42-21 Rams. Out of the gun here. Mays is looking to the right. Fade throw to the end zone, and that's going to be tipped away. Caught by Barnes. Did he catch it?
I don't think he did.
Looked like he almost had it.
I think he did almost have it.
So we'll take a look.
Man, it's close.
We're not going to have the best look at it, but, man, that was close. Oh, nope, he was out of bounds when he got a handle on it. So there we are.
He caught that in midair after it was tipped?
Yeah, he was just out of bounds.
Oh, well.
That's what it looked like. But I didn't have a great view even on that, so we're going to have a field goal try here on fourth and goal from the 12. Well, 28-yard try here for Car 9. Kick is up and good. Old TC coming through. Oh, hum. Yeah. Whatever. What else is new? 45-21 Rams.
Give me a 45-yarder. I might get it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive if you're watching at home wondering why you not giving this kid cred, because he can probably make one from about another 33 yards.
I mean, Ming said at practice he makes it from 70.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty impressive.
It is. So 45-21 Mount Vernon, 9:43 left in regulation.
We are getting late in the night where our cameraman is dancing.
Yep, he's a little slap happy. Nothing wrong with that.
Let's just do this onside kick, too. Why not? Just keep on doing it. It's onside kickoff.
All right, as we wait the pending kickoff here. 45-21 Rams after the 28-yard field goal by four-star kicker Truman Carnine. Awaiting the kickoff here. Will he send it all the way back to the end zone? More than likely.
Yes.
Oh, nope, didn't quite get the distance. And so he'll have it. Parrott now to the 20, to the 25, coming to the near sideline, works his way to the 32 on a nice dive for extra yardage. Good extra effort there. It'll be 1st and 10 for the Kahoks. They have 9:36 left with which to work. You're watching online thanks to Paul Shields, your Allstate insurance agent in Mount Vernon. 2100 Broadway, call for a quote.
You know, it just comes off the tongue nice, the four-star kicker, Truman Carnine. Yeah, it just feels nice to say.
Got that low battery on our device keeping us on the air right now. About 20% left. Yeah, all right. 9:36 left. I got a wireless charger here somewhere. 1st and 10 from the 32 for the Kahoks. Out of the gun, single back, and that pass is going to be deflected near the line of scrimmage. I did not see the Ram that got a hand on it.
Yeah, it was just tipped. I didn't see the Ram that got a hand on it either, but he was. You know, anytime a ball is tipped, you're always thinking, "Where's the white jersey around to pick that?" Or where, you know, who's in the area to catch that or pick that. That one was just kind of no man's land. It kind of seemed like.
So incomplete for 2nd and 10. 9:30 left in this one. 45-21 Mount Vernon. On the road next week to Akron, Ohio. 7.5, 8-hour trip, and you lose an hour on the way there. So more like 8.5. Out of the gun now for the quarterback Reynolds. 1 right, 2 left. Going to keep it himself. Direct run and gets maybe 1-2 yards on the play.
Chase Reynolds, the ball carrier.
Getting a little chippy out there late here.
That'll happen. They gave him about 3 on the play. 2nd and 7 unofficially. We'll fall below the 9-minute mark in the 4th quarter with the Kahoks trailing by 24. They'll send Patterson left and 2 to the right. Zach Priest, it looks like, also sent to the right. Looking at the left side to pass, and that one's going to fall incomplete. That's through the hands of Devin Habermel.
Incomplete. 4th down.
There's a lot of, like, tip balls, drops. A lot of things like that going on for the K-Hawks offense.
We stop the clock with 8:52 remaining. 4th and 7 for Collinsville. They're about the 34-yard line. So actually 4th and 8.
Yeah, it's play clock's down to 8 seconds here.
Now down to 4. Out of the gun. Twins right, 1 left. Neighbors the back here for Reynolds. And, yeah, I don't know if they got it off. Nope. 4th and 13.
They even gave him extra beat, too.
Yeah.
They really did.
We call that the benefit of the doubt. Congratulations, Malachi Mays. This week's actually, WMIX Sports Josh Finley Country Financial Ram of the Week. You can find Josh Finley for all of your needs in Mount Vernon at 814 Harrison Street. Country Financial Advisor. Rolling to the right, out of the gun to pass, looking to the sideline, and that's going to be incomplete out of bounds, so it'll be a turnover on downs with 8:43 left. The Rams will have the football in the Collinsville 29, and that was looking for Habermel on the sideline, and that would have been an uncatchable ball if DPI would have been in play.
Yeah. I mean, they've really restricted Habermel this game. You know, we haven't seen that much from him, a 24-yard touchdown. But I'm not sure about his other games, but he seems like a pretty impact player for the K-Hawks, and he really hasn't been that today.
That's one of Dan's Munkin Toyota keys of the game, was focusing on 3 players, and they've really done a number on number 9, which is one of the 3. 1st and 10 for the Rams. Ball on the 29-yard line in K-Hawk territory. They lead 45-21. Out of the gun for Mally Mays and Mount Vernon. Jefferson will get the handoff. We thought he may have tried to trap there, but instead he'll go right and get about 2 on the play, 2nd and 8.
Jefferson, the ball carrier.
Isaiah Jefferson gets a couple.
Yeah. It's just, at this point, just get some time off the clock. So, when Collinsville gets the ball, they're not threatening to, score and then get an onside kick, and then it's your blood pressure's up a little bit, your heart rate's up a little bit. None of us want that. Let's just chew the clock and let's get out of here.
8:02 left. We're 2nd and 9 for the Rams. Ball's on the 28-yard line, up 45-21 on the road. And this is going to be Mays on the keeper. Now has to reverse. Ooh, nice play there to keep it alive. Still get inside the 25, down to about the 24. Positive yardage for Malachi Mays. So that'll bring up 3rd and maybe 4 or 5. Good run. Gain of 5. 7:30 left.
It's a nice little spin move. I mean, he was going to be loss of 3 or 4, and it turned out to be a positive gain. Good spin move. Get out there.
Barnes split to the right. A little tighter on the left side for MP4. As Jefferson will flank Mays to his right on 3rd and 4 with Price in motion. And option, nope, fake. Fakes right to Price and gets to the 20. We'll have a flag downfield. A little chirping going on between receiver and cornerback, and I'm not sure what's going to happen here because that could be on either party.
Holding offense.
So that's going to come back with 6:56 to play. We're in the 4th quarter from Collinsville. Rams on the road tonight. They lead the Kahoks 45-21. All right. Well, many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement deserves more attention, Edward Jones financial advisor Michael Croshan can help. Stop by his office at 1726 Broadway in Mount Vernon. That's 1726 Broadway in Mount Vernon. Michael Croshan, Edward Jones, member SIPC. So the holding penalty takes it back to the 30. It'll be 3rd and 11 for the Rams. The clock will roll here with 6:38 left. Play clock at 6. 5, 3, 2, 1.
They're saying reset it.
Oh, okay. So 6:18 left in the 4th. Everybody's somewhat confused up here. And now out of the gun. Slant play over the top. Malachi looking for the deep throw into the end zone. Barnes can't get to it. Turned the wrong way, and I think just a little miscommunication between pitcher and catcher, if you will. And we're going to have another Carmine field goal try.
Oh, boy, about 40-something yards here.
Old Truman Carnine.
4-star for the 40-something yarder. 47. Right? Am I right there, 47?
Yeah. 35, 36, 37, plus 10. He can kick them from 50-plus and beyond, but now a 47-yard field goal try for Truman Carnine. 6:03 left. Snap. Looked pretty good. That's going to be short. Huge difference between practice and game, and that field goal's no good with 5:57 left. Rams up 24, 45-21.
Just got to get the timing so perfect on those.
Oh, yeah.
Those kicks. It's hard to do it. It's hard to simulate it in practice. Them coming at you and trying to block it. Especially for 47 yards, you got to have the timing synchronized perfectly. So I think he'll get there by the end of the year, for sure.
First and 10 from their own 20.
So on the change of possession, it'll be the 20-yard line. 1st and 10 for Collinsville out of the gun. And this is going to be Neighbors getting the handoff from a new quarterback. That'll be a gain of about 5. as the new quarterback is Kane Wyon.
For the Rams, Jaden Morales. It is 6 on the play, second down.
So we'll drop below the 5:30 mark here on this series. 2nd and 5 now from the 25. Have quite a few new faces.
Yeah. They're just...
Logan Odell into the right slot. Out of the gun here, 5:18 left. Odell will go back. 5:12.
3 seconds on the play clock. 2, 1.
So here, 5 yards back. With 5:05 left, it'll be a delay of game penalty. It'll be 2nd and 10. Cool. Will Swip into the game. All the action tonight delivered and presented by People's National Bank, the official voice of the Rams here on WMIX. And now snap coming this way, and the ball carrier is going to be trapped behind the 20 at about the 18. Staples the tackle to finish it off, as that looked like it was Stuart Lazarian, number 19. Maybe not.
I thought it was 19.
Okay, that's all right. Loss of...
Looks like 2, 1. I don't know.
4:39 remains here, 45-21. And 2-step drop here for the quarterback, rolling to the left side, looking downfield, and that one is going to be either incomplete or a fumble, and it's going to be an incomplete pass.
Pass incomplete. And we're going to Collinsville, 4th down.
4th down. Looks like new personnel coming in. Maybe just punt it away and let him eat some clock.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for some young men.
Absolutely. Get in the game. Get in the varsity game. That's good for him. These varsity players are probably tired. They're getting old.
There's the punt. And the Rams are going to let it go. And that's going to take a nice Collinsville hop and a clock-killing hop to the 35.
Jason Staples moved away a little bit too late for me. I mean, it doesn't really, you know, we're up by, 24, but, it, just get out of the way and let it roll. You know, if you're not going to call a fair catch, just get out of the way.
Amen.
But who am I, There's a reason I'm up here.
We've all been there. 4:05 left in fourth quarter action here in Collinsville. Rams 45, Kahoks 21. We'll have your Egyptian Spine Clinic post-game show coming up where we will look for your Mount Vernon Culver's player of the game. Culver sounds amazing.
It does. Are they open when we get back?
Not ours, but there might be others. And a handoff to Jefferson, sweeping right as he'll get a gain of 1.
Number 25, Isaiah Jefferson, the ball carrier, brought down near the line of scrimmage.
People's National Bank offers competitive rates and flexible solutions for all of your banking needs. Discover how they can help. PeoplesNationalBank.com.
Trying to shout out some new players if Mount Vernon has any out there.
I see Zay Nesbitt actually in on offense.
I see him too. See the quarterback?
Carter Burns is still out there. You don't want to take out your line if you can avoid it.
Yeah. Zay Nesbitt's quarterback. Jefferson.
We'll see, as we're going to have all kinds of things go wrong there for the Rams on 2nd and 9 from the 36 with 3:10 left. But this is going to be a big road win for Mount Vernon football tonight. I don't want to go Dewey defeats Truman on you, but I'm pretty confident.
Yeah, I mean, Ty Pierce is in the game here, number 10. OBR native.
Yep. Went to high school with both his parents. Mom, a Hall of Famer now.
Yep.
Went in last year.
Yep. Yep. Ty Pierce out wide right.
And now out of the gun for Zay Nesbitt. Fumbled but recovered. Spins. Saves possession. It'll be 3rd and long on a loss.
And Brazier on the takedown there. Loss of 4 on the play.
-4.
Yeah.
Well, if you have neck or back pain, see the longest residing spine surgeon in the Mount Vernon region, Dr. Salem at the Egyptian Spine Clinic, 34th and Broadway, across from PNB West in PNB West in Mount Vernon. Well, I lived here my entire life. Why would I get the directions confused? 3rd and 17. Even when I didn't live there, I lived there. 3rd and 17 for the 28. Zay Nesbitt out of the gun. 45-21 score. Ooh, rush to the near side. Nice carry. Good move. Gets to the near the 35-yard line after passing to 30. Still not to the original line of scrimmage with 2:18 left. And that's going to be a run of about 6. So positive yardage.
Back into positive yardage.
So Pierce to the left.
Got Sawyer Lesby out there, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's 4th down, Hugo. Blake Sanders on the punt. .146 remains between. Ooh, a blocked punt, kind of. That still gets out to the 40, 35. Going to take a ram bounce down to the 33 for Collinsville. So 96 seconds is all that remains from us and the break before the Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame. Get you a Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard when we can. Of course, your Mount Vernon Culver's player of the game coming up in the postgame show. After the game, well, it's a little late now, treat your star or yourself to a juicy Butterburger or the frozen flavor treat of the day at your Mount Vernon Culver's, 42nd and Veterans. I prefer this as soon as you can get it in the morning Butterburger over the late night Butterburger. But I love them all.
Yeah.
Give me all of them. Give me all the Butterburgers. 1st and 10 from the 33 for the Kahoks with 1:35 to go. It's going to be a run by the left, and that was a decent run. Almost fumbled, but good recovery there by number 19, Lazarian Stewart. Stewart. My apologies. About 9.
Let's get a little run.
Positive yardage for him now. As we'll drop below the minute mark here. Rams are going to improve to 2-2 as they, oh boy, traverse the trails, traverse the regions next week to go to Akron, Ohio. Hello. It'll be 2nd and 1 now for the Kahoks with the clock below the minute mark here. 45-21 score. Rams are going to win it tonight. Oh, baby. Here comes. Near side on a run by number 22. Freshman in the game gets to midfield with 35 seconds left. He's gang tackled as that run was by Jamonte Thomas. Got about 10-ish.
10.
Yeah.
Collinsville, 1st down with 29 seconds to go.
Tell you what's underrated from Culver's. The chili cheese fries.
Never had that there.
Oh, amazing. I've had them once in my life because I didn't know they existed. Cahokia 44, Seedale 21. The Carbondale Terriers fall tonight to get the Hoke on the road, maybe. Thanks to Roger for the text. Says this will be another carry by number 19 up the left side. Trying to find that gap. Couldn't split it. Got to the 45. Pushed back. Still on his feet. Getting down to about the 40. As that is number 19, Thomas. And that's, hey, they ran out the clock for us. So that's going to be about a 9-yard gain for Thomas. We've been at it a while, and we can't wait to get to your Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame show. Rams winners tonight, 45-21 your final score. We'll take a break and come back, and we'll get you set with all the details here on your Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame. 45-21 the final score. Rams win it tonight. This is the Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports and Section 618 app.
Doing business in today's world can be complicated, time-consuming, and expensive. People's National Bank is here to help your business not only survive, but thrive. With modern-day products such as remote deposit capture, ACH payments, merchant card services, and commercial line of credit sweeps, we can get you paid faster, protect your risk, and make your money work hard for you. Hi, this is Carol Martin, commercial and ag lender with People's National Bank here in Mount Vernon. Give me a call today to get started. People's National Bank, member FDIC.
Joe's Pizza and Pasta in Mount Vernon is the people's choice for a favorite Italian restaurant. Order online at orderjoes.com or come by 819 Jordan Street, just off the square in downtown Mount Vernon. Joe's has great fresh salads, pasta, and garlic breads, and is the place to dine on real Chicago-style pizza during game night. Joe's Pizza and Pasta in Mount Vernon, 819 Jordan Street, orderjoes.com. Your taste buds will thank you.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a lost bee that found my way into your car. And now that I'm in here, good luck getting me out.
I think it's gone. Wait, no, it's in my hair.
And if you don't have the right auto insurance coverage, well, this could be quite a sticky situation. So get Allstate.
Contact your local Allstate agent, Paul Shields, today to see how you can save.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Speedy oil changes are like morning coffee, essential but often messy. Not with Quick Lube on Broadway in Mount Vernon. Picture this: in and out faster than a sitcom episode. Service with a smile that's genuine, and a spotless garage that respects your car as much as you do. All that without breaking the bank. I guess that's why they call them Quick Lube. They're the pit stop that puts you first, with prices that keep your wallet happy. Cruise on into Quick Lube in Mount Vernon and see why they're faster, friendlier, and cleaner than the rest.
This is Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports. The Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame show starts now.
Back in Collinsville, your final score for the Mount Vernon Rams. Winner tonight is 45-21 over the Collinsville Kahoks. I'm Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside for this Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame. If you're in pain and you make an appointment with the Egyptian Spine Clinic, you will see Dr. Salem, not an assistant. Personal service for injections, treatments, and minimally invasive surgery. Ask your medical provider about the Egyptian Spine Clinic in Mount Vernon. Well, Rams winners tonight, back to 2-2. Collinsville drops to 2-2 after this 45-21 win. We'll take a break, come back, get you those Michael Croshan postgame stats. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Pain in your back, neck, or spine can be serious. Maybe it's time to make an appointment with the doctor who's been doing complex spine surgeries and orthopedics in Mount Vernon the longest, Dr. Salem at the Egyptian Spine Clinic. When you make an appointment with Dr. Salem, you see Dr. Salem, not an assistant. He can pinpoint the problem and discuss options. With the region's top personal service for you in a time of need, Dr. Salem at the Egyptian Spine Clinic. Ask your primary care provider to refer you to Egyptian Spine Clinic across from PNB on South 34th Street in Mount Vernon.
I'm Michael Croshan, your Mount Vernon Edward Jones financial advisor. We're all about financial investments, but we also value the investments of time, patience, and encouragement that our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. That's why Michael Croshan of Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of the Mount Vernon Rams on WMIX. Call 618-244-5990 or visit edwardjones.com for all your investment needs. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Hi, I'm Marty with Huey and Newell Funeral Homes. No one wants to stay where the pain is. Our natural instinct is to fix it or make it go away. There are some kinds of pain that never completely leave. They can, however, change over time. We're here to help your family begin a healing process and to help you see there's light that shines through the darkness. We are Huey and Newell Funeral Homes, showing compassion and helping others find hope now and many years to come.
Back to Mount Vernon Rams football, powered by People's National Bank.
AM 940, 96.5 FM, and, of course, the Section618.com app tonight. Glad to have those of you watching on the WMIX Sports YouTube channel. Final score back on your Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame. The Mount Vernon Rams 45, Collinsville Kahoks 21. Tyler, not much to do right now in this segment. We get to those Michael Croshan, Edward Jones final stats.
Yeah, so starting over the Collinsville Kahoks, we have quarterback Reynolds finishing 127 rushing yards. Running back Richardson finishing with 25 rushing yards. Neighbors led the team with 102 rushing yards and one touchdown. Rogers Parrott, had 21 rushing yards. Stewart, number 19, late in the game, had 16 rushing yards, and Thomas had 10 rushing yards. Quarterback Reynolds finished 9 for 21 for 75 yards, 43% completion percentage, The number 10 came for the game, was 0 for 1, but he came in the game. And Habermel, 24-yard touchdown. Patterson had 13 yards in the second half. Parrott had 27 yards receiving. Frazier had 3 yards receiving, and Richardson had 8 yards receiving. All right, rushing for the Rams, 128 yards for Jay-Sean Staples and 2 touchdowns to cap off this game for him. Jefferson had 1 touchdown and 1 yard. Malachi Mays had 34 yards on the ground. Marlon Price had 4 yards on the ground, and Zay Nesbitt had 2 yards on the ground. Quarterbacking for the Mount Vernon Rams, Malachi Mays finished 6 for 7 at 202 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's 86% completion percentage, and Zay Nesbitt had that long bomb halfback pass for 75 yards to Dave Barnes. Speaking of Dave Barnes, he had 102 yards receiving in that touchdown, and leading the receiving yards, Marlon Price, 175 yards and 2 touchdowns receiving.
There you go. Those stats are furnished by Michael Croce and Edward Jones. When someone asks, when is the best time to start saving for retirement? Well, Edward Jones, financial advisor Michael Croce's answer is always today. Let Mike help identify your unique goals to build a strategy to achieve them. Call his Mount Vernon office at 618-244-5990. Edward Jones, member SIPC. Of course, this is your Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame show. Dr. Salem at the Egyptian Spine Clinic has been seeing patients in the Mount Vernon area for almost 10 years. Johns Hopkins-trained spine surgeon. When it comes to the spine or orthopedics, nobody takes care of you better than the Egyptian Spine Clinic. We'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this puppy up with your Mount Vernon Culver's Player of the Game and a Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard update. Intertwined amongst that will be our final thoughts in this Ram Road victory at Collinsville. 45-21 the final. This is Rams football from WMIX Sports and the Section 618 app.
Adventure awaits with the 2024 Toyota RAV4. Hi, this is Tony Reeves at Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon. We've got 5 in stock and more on the way, whether you're looking for a gas model or a fuel-efficient hybrid. Right now, get 4.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on gas models or 5.99% APR for 36 to 60 months on hybrids. Visit Munkin Toyota in Mount Vernon today to lock in your special APR, home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
You need insurance to help protect things that mean a lot to you. You need coverage that's affordable because we all have a budget. At Country Financial, we get it. For close to 100 years, we've offered insurance and financial services to help protect what's most important to you and to help prepare for your future. Best of all, I'm here to get to know you and find solutions for your budget. In other words, we've got your back. I'm Josh Finley, your local Country Financial representative. Call me at 618-242-4024.
Never had a Culver's Butter Burger? Here are the 3 things you'll want to remember. Fresh, never frozen beef, seared after you order, crowned with a lightly buttered, toasted bun. I guess that's why the number 1 reaction to eating a Culver's Butter Burger is, whoa, that is some burger.
Welcome to Delicious. And your new favorite are seared after you ordered Culver's Butter Burger.
Culver's at Veterans and 42nd in Mount Vernon.
This is Mount Vernon Rams football from WMIX Sports. The Mount Vernon Culver's Rams star of the game is next.
Oh, after much deliberation, back, by the way, on your Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame here from Collinsville in the Orthopedic Center broadcast booth. The Rams win it tonight, 45-21 over Collinsville. I'm Chris Hugo, Tyler Williams alongside on AM 940, 96.5 FM. I think we come up with our Mount Vernon Culver's star of the game.
Yeah, after, back and forth, we came up with Marlon Price being the Mount Vernon Culver's player of the game. 175 yards receiving, 4 yards rushing, and 2 receiving touchdowns. The 175 yards receiving jumps off the page in an offense that we've seen the last 2 and almost a half years coming back in this new Mings era. And 175 yards receiving, I would say, is the most we've seen in the last 3 years in a game by a receiver. And it's not just offensively, defensively, he holds things down on the back end. MP4, he's got that that nickname. You got to be a good player to have a nickname. He played well tonight. 2 touchdowns, 175 yards. Mount Vernon Culver's player of the game.
There you go. Cool off with a sweet treat or warm up with George's famous chili or cool off, or, pardon me, already read that part, or some crispy, tasty cheese fries. I'm not a guy to give relationship advice, but if you don't marry that chili with those cheese fries, you're making a mistake. Head into Culver's with Mount Vernon at Veterans of 42nd and fill her up. Arrgh. Delicious. We're a little slap happy here. It's quick scores from around the area tonight. Looking into the South 7 specifically, the Hoke beats Carbondale 44-21. Centralia all over Granite City 49-6. Granite City stays winless. The Rams, of course, beat Collinsville 45-21. South 7 game of action tomorrow. Not a conference game, obviously. Springfield and Live Touch Christian, I believe, comes to town for Marion tomorrow at 4 p.m. now is the start of that one. So that's some South 7 scores. Do we want to go elsewhere? I mean, we're here. We might as well. If they're up there. Cesar-Valere beats Carmi. Cesar-Valere-Waltonville beats Carmi tonight, 32-0. Red Devils stay undefeated. Other score of interest, we're going to keep it brief. Illinois wins tonight, 31-24.
Whoa.
So, big win for the Illini tonight. So there we go. Big win for the Rams as well. And, of course, as you know, SIU and SEMO play tomorrow, if that is of your ilk. So Tony Wilt State Farm scoreboard update. Tony Wilt, your State Farm agent in Mount Vernon. Find him online, TonyWilt.com. Look for the white State Farm Jeep around town. And, of course, as promised, to wrap up our Egyptian Spine Clinic postgame, Tyler, final thoughts on a Ram win?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great win coming out of the long rain delay, coming in, setting the tone early with the offense, scoring a lot of points in the second half. My memory mistakes me of how many points we scored in the first half, but a lot of points in the second half as well. And good momentum coming into this week. Kind of a short week, probably leave it on Thursday, I would say. I don't know the travel plans, but I'd say leave it on Thursday to go to Ohio, go to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, stay in the hotel, good experience for the guys. But, good momentum going into a game that we really don't know a whole lot about this team, but a lot about yourself now. You've cleaned up the mistakes on defense, you've played efficient on offense, and you're going to Ohio, hopefully to come out with a win and then go to the rest of the season with some confidence, going in some other conference games, going to Granite, going to Alton, and showcasing your talents there.
Exactly. And a lot of unknowns, but one certainty is we'll be there for you next week in Akron as the Rams battle Archbishop Hoban. We're told it's Eastern time on 7 o'clock because both teams' max preps say 7. And so it's Eastern time, so we're preparing for a 5:30 pregame, 6 o'clock Central kickoff next week. We'll have it up for you on the radio, AM 940, 96.5 FM. They told us no videos, so we'll adhere to that, as disappointed as we are, because it would have been amazing viewership. But as they say, as Dan Minks used to tell us every week on the Saturday Sports Show, it is what it is. So that's what it is. Going to do it for us tonight. For Tyler Williams, for Jeff Crow, for Shauna Pugh, and for all of you who battled through this 4+ hour broadcast, including our lengthy halftime show, we are glad to have had you. I'm Chris Hugo. That final Ram win score, victorious score tonight, Mount Vernon 45, Collinsville 21. So long.
This has been Mount Vernon Rams football on WMIX and the free Section 618 app. This game has been sponsored by People's National Bank. Paul Shields.